that on film? On the stream. Okay, so Madam Secretary, the roll call, please.
Audio be like second hand. Make sure that you have
Kate Prather,
Oh, yeah, here.
Kevin Hutchinson. David Constant is absent. Chris Farrow, absent. Scott Talley.
Scott,
Saw him.
the heck? Oh, he's back there.
Jeff Miller.
Here.
Aaron Ramos.
Here.
Billy Pierce.
Aye.
Jay Cole. Kevin Fegans.
Here.
Daniel Bledsoe. Jocelyn says she's going to be absent. Chris Owen. Amanda Gibbs.
Present.
Matthew Gibbs is absent. Anastasia Wilford.
She's here. I think
Yeah,
she'll be
I
back.
was like, shit, she's here. Mike Dooling.
Not gonna make it.
Mike Coogan. Ted Brown.
Here.
Clark Patterson.
Here.
Carol Unsicker.
Here.
Kevin Hale.
Present.
Kyle Russell.
Not gonna make it.
He's late.
Okay.
Jacob Bradley.
Here.
Brandon Ruman.
Here.
Scott Peterson.
Here.
Jenny Moore.
Present.
Paul Dar.
Present.
Nolan Schmidt.
Here.
Renee.
Here.
RJ.
Not gonna make it.
Joe Roberts.
Here.
Sean Sparkman.
Here.
Clint Polar. You almost got an absent.
Come back with a horn.
Sarah Pollock.
Here.
Susan Barney. Austin Hugan.
Me.
Jennifer.
Present.
Yay. Nikki Brescher.
Here.
Daniel Thornton.
Here.
Bernard said he would be absent. David Moreno.
Not coming.
Okay, John Wilford.
Present.
Jack Westbrook.
Present.
Andrew Emlong.
Here.
Jessica Cowart. Here. And I am here. Okay, now I gotta do that.
Kevin Hutchinson is here.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay.
Tracy, did you hear that, Kevin?
Yes,
Yes.
just
Okay.
correct that.
And just a note for the record, Anna has not re-entered the room, and she's here.
Oh, okay.
They have their teacher juice. Oh, no, it's better than that, I guess. Right.
Okay. 48 members, 30 present, 18 absent, and we will have 2 removals due to absences.
So is that membership number reflective post or pre?
3. Going into the meeting, we had that many. I gotta do that.
So is quorum calculated based on membership at the beginning of the meeting or membership after removal?
We're still present 30. So,
It's after removals, the removals are effective immediately.
Yeah.
Okay.
So going into the meeting, we're 46.
mhm. So 24.
For this meeting.
What's the Wi-Fi thing?
Seriously, just do it.
31.
Ask for the Wi-Fi. Did you hear that? Yes.
Okay. So,
Good?
yep. Quorum 24, 2/3, 31.
Right. We have time on the, does anybody have any questions about that? Everybody got that? We have time for public comments. If anybody in the back has anything they want to say to the room. Now, Mr. Chastain.
Hello, I'm Michael Chastain. I'm the secretary of the Hays County Libertarian Party and a life member of National, and I just came here today to say hello. Howdy.
Thanks for hosting.
Anybody, Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, I just want to announce to everybody that the Mises Caucus is going to be giving a $1,000 donation match to the Legislation Action Fund to help get Kevin.
Here. Nice. Any other public comments? Going once, going twice. All right, next item is the adoption of the agenda. Nothing has changed since the last draft agenda that was posted. Mr. Wilford,
Yes, I would like to move the latest draft proposed by the chair.
is there a second?
Second.
Is there any objection? Okay, we have an agenda. The motion carries and we have that agenda work from. Good thing. Approved previous meetings minutes. The minutes have been distributed recently, I think. Does anybody have any corrections to the minutes? Mr. Wilford.
I move that we table this item. Just since it was posted so close to the meeting, I would like further chance to review them before we make a decision.
Second.
Second on tabling it. Is there any objection to tabling the minutes? Minutes are tabled. And we, for Mr. Wilford, for my edification and for the rest of the room, then tabling accomplishes when that can be picked back up anytime or?
Yeah, so a tabling will let us at any time in this meeting with the majority, take it off the table. If we don't do that, then at any time, either at the next meeting or in the forum between, we can choose to take it up at that time.
Take it up from the table at a future meeting.
After the meeting's over, the table dies completely, so it'll just be a new motion.
A new motion to address it,
Yeah,
which could be done, for instance, on the forum or something.
correct.
Right. Okay, good. So meetings, minutes are tabled and we move into the officer Q&A. Unfortunately, if you're on the forum late last night, you noticed that I dropped the ball on my report. I'd already dropped the ball before that, but I failed to post it until like 10 o'clock last night. So I'm going to quickly, I would love for y'all to get in there and actually go through it because I'm just going to skim it for now because I really wanted to talk about some other stuff. But in that report, I mentioned that I have been, where is Mr. Carter Fanning? Stand up, Carter. I mean, I know pretty much everybody here knows you, but I just want to call out that I believe that bringing Carter on is probably the best thing that's happened for me personally as chair. I think he's been good for the organization and he's working hard. He's getting staff running at a way that frees me up to do more chair stuff. So that has been a little bit of a game changer and I'm real happy about the way that's been going so far. Thank you, Mr. Fanning. I'll just read the introduction. The holidays and a handful of work-related events and accomplishments this past quarter have put me in an optimistic frame of mind. We have 1 year to take LPTexas to the next level, maybe the next few levels, and I believe we can do it if we work together. Mentioned Mr. Fanning and his contribution and the way things are going now. There's a list of events in that report that I have been participating in over the last quarter. Liberty International World Conference. Hosted a staff officer party in January. Liberty International's in November. At Liberty International, met a couple of operators in the blockchain space that I have found very interesting to work with, and I'm developing some stuff there. Kate, stay tuned. I have some questions for you.
Okay.
Getting into some, that's been another game changer for me. A lot of game changers popping here. One of those people lives in Houston. We had them out to our house in January, more pursuing that, and that's going to roll over into a legislative agenda here in a minute. Normally, I don't discuss my personal hospitality stuff as a business meeting stuff, but dinner recently with Mr. Chastain, Jennifer, and our new SLEC rep, Jeff Hewitt, who we've talked about before, and just I am determined to do more of this kind of stuff. The staff party, private dinners, the kinds of for the purpose of building relationship, trust, and just networking, just trying to grow the party on the organic side. We spend a lot of time arguing with each other and trying to make decisions about what's right and what's wrong, which then rolls quickly over into a discussion about who's right and who's wrong. And that's very abrasive in a relationship. So I'm going to do whatever I can in my little corner of the world to try to get out more and mingle with people outside of these meetings. I encourage all of y'all to do that as time and opportunities permit, if you're able to do that. Texas 89, the news outlet Texans 89 legislative on
Nathan Johnson?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I got some questions for you later.
I did.
Yeah, I want to get to know Mr. Johnson because of the work that's going on in the electrical space right now, and one of the guys I met at Liberty International, who's got a proposal for putting the entire electrical grid on the blockchain,
Okay.
which looks fascinating, major game changer, and the Patrick's legislative priorities are
You got 6 minutes left. I probably started a minute late, but I don't think he was gonna complain.
okay.
I
Okay.
will.
Well, yeah, I didn't mean to get this. I wanted to summarize. Going forward, though, and this is kind of the stuff I want to talk about. I have become pretty fired up about the issues represented with the blockchain electrical and the safety and security of our grid. And as a result of which, I have kind of a new fire under my butt. And certainly working on legislative action in the session, but I have a bigger vision and more to do this time. So I would consider it, and I'm inviting y'all to join me. This is one of the things I said before about Carter's work is that it enables me to do chair stuff, by which I mean to lead and represent this party, right? Like not the management, making sure everybody's doing the job stuff, but lead and represent. So the represent part comes when I'm out at Liberty International and, meeting legislators and stuff like that. The lead part is I can't make any of y'all do anything. I can't do that. I wouldn't be able to do it if I wanted to do it. But I'm inviting y'all to join me. I'm going to be doing stuff. I'm going to be keeping y'all posted. And I would invite you to join me as much as you can and do what I do. Like it's not going to be do what I say, not what I do. It's going to be, I'm doing it. It's working for me. Here's what I'm doing. How about you try that? I would suggest as a starting place, making your senator, the senator in your district that you represent for libertarians, a personal project. If your senator, or at least somebody on their staff, doesn't recognize you when you walk into their office, then work on that. That would be step one. Just visit them, make up a reason. I heard it's your birthday today. I just wanted to wish you happy birthday. Or one of the things I did last week was I just ran a search on TLO for bills that my legislature, that my senator has already filed. And that gives me a list of talking points that I can address with my senator as her constituent. I have a little bit of an advantage because I know Lois Colker's in town, right?
Yeah.
We call her kids music lessons, got that going for me. But I also know people on our staff and built this up over time. But it's a how do you open one bite at a time, or that kind of thing. I mean, you just start making the little moves that end up that grow into a bigger relationship. So making a project out of your personal, your senator, the person that should be kind of your, not colleague so much, person that person should know who you are, and they should know what the Libertarian stands for. A couple of issues that you have picked out of the issues that they already reported. We have a huge communication gap between standing over here yelling about things that are important to us and expecting to be taken seriously, instead of finding out what people think is important and explaining what the libertarian solution would be that would fix that for them. So coming into the senator's world where they're stressed, they are busy, they're working 20-hour days, night, and saying, stop everything you're doing and thinking about, and let's talk about what I want to talk about, is not a strategy, not an effective strategy. Going in and saying, hey, I've been reading this bill that you filed about the power grid, SB 75, and I want to let you know about some stuff that I've been working on to help you with that. Now you got their attention. And if it's not their senator, it might be the legislative director, the policy director, somebody in their office will talk to you if you have something intelligent and useful, probably more important than intelligent, useful to say. The flip side of that is the issues. It's your senator. Now, my vision has grown a little bit, but now I'm looking at my senator, your senator, my size, the legislative thing, and Dan Patrick, because that he has made a big deal out of this Bitcoin reserve, and so I'm trying to. I need to figure out how to get the guy in front of this guy. He's already in front of federal people that are going to work for the Cyber Infrastructure Security Agency under Homeland Security to try to pitch this idea about a grid solution. So I want to see if I can get in front of Dan Patrick. So my vision has expanded a little bit. And then the issues I've already mentioned. I mean, that's a big deal for me. Along that line or related, how many minutes, John?
2.
Good. So much for Q&A unless somebody extends time, but hopefully we can just keep moving. I'm always available for Q&A. I'll give you my phone number if you don't already have it. The other side of this is the volunteer and donor mobilization, making a big program out of finally, in some ways, rolling out the Nation Builder implementation and making that happen. If you haven't been on the forum, if you've been on the forum, you already know that we're in the process of rolling out Senate district access for you guys to be able to use Nation Builder. And I'm asking you to verify this coming week that you have Nation. If you haven't already set up a login and a user account in Nation Builder, then please do that so we can get you the access. You should have an email by now inviting. If you don't, let me know and I'll get you one. If you weren't already in Nation Builder, you should have received an email inviting you to log into Nation Builder and become a control panel user, which is what they call people who can do stuff in Nation Builder. And if you don't already have a greater amount of access due to a staff role that you have, you will at least be given access to people who are identified in Nation Builder as being in your Senate district. And you will have and we will roll out in the week or two ahead some training, or at least some to-do lists, some checklists to do stuff that would enable you to start calling people in your district. There are 2 reasons for this. One of which is to support a legislative agenda. The stated purpose is to reach out to people and say, hey, we've got you here at LPTexas. And again, I don't want to script all of that given out so that you have some idea of what to do so that you can call people. But the gist of it is, legislature's in session. We've got some stuff going on. Are you interested in being informed about what's going on? Would you be interested in helping us with some of this? Oh, you're not a libertarian anymore? Time?
That is, but I was gonna move to extend for 5 minutes.
Second.
Any objection? 5 more minutes. Okay. The implicit agenda, or the non-vocalized agenda, is we're cleaning our data. Like this is a no-lose situation, because a no is information. Like if they hang up, one of the first calls I made as the new development director was to a guy who was a lapsed, we call him platinum now, I think it was gold at the time, it was $100 a month donor who had donated for about 6 months and then lapsed. And it's like, hey, I'm new development director, just went, and before I could even, I was like, I'm calling from the Libertarian Party of Texas. And I got an earful of like, I can't even repeat it. And then he hung up on me. It's like, okay, this is gonna be a fun job.
First call out the gate.
Right out the gate. It's like slamming the door in your face and then your foot gets caught in the door and, you know, it's like, so, but it's just part of the job. And that's in a perverse way, that's a win because now I can scratch that guy off our list. I can, you know, make a note in Nation Builder, not no, but hell no. You know, don't call this guy anymore. He hates us. And then move on. And one of the things, side effect that we will all appreciate is that if we can clean our data and identify the people that don't actually want to hear from us, it's going to reduce our cost because our cost on Nation Builder is based on the number of records that we have in our database that are emailable. So once we check people off as being do not email, either because they're like a high-level donor that values their privacy and they just don't want everybody on the database calling them and asking them questions, or because they don't want to hear from us anymore, go away, then however that happens, if we're not emailing them, we're not paying for them. So that's good. That's a win. So more on that will be developed. I'm just reporting that I'm already kind of wrist deep into it, working on getting elevated in terms of being able to help. You know, the way I can learn about it is by helping in Washington County and by SD18 and trying to figure out how it all works. So then between me and then Nick Hearn, our CRM guy, is the guy that will be developing the actual, hey, SLEC reps, hey, county chairs, because county chairs are next. Here's how you use this power tool to do stuff. Then once we figure it out, then we'll be rolling it out to y'all. And this should, if I don't need all of y'all to do it, fortunately, but I need some of y'all to recognize that this could be a game changer. And this is how we grow the party. This is how we do it, is by distributing. It's a huge philosophical underpinning of the Nation Builder software is distributed leadership. It's not, we're not all around sitting around looking at a development directory going, so did you raise any money this quarter? We're all fundraisers. We're all making calls. We're all like, can you help us? Could you start a small contribution? Would you like to volunteer? If we send you updates, would you be willing to just, it'll only take you 15 seconds to enter your name and address and send an email to your legislator. If we send you the link, like, would you do that for us? And so that's how we grow the party. So, but if 50 of us are doing it, it'll move a lot faster than if one of us is doing it. So if 10 of us are doing it, that's a game changer. So I guess, yeah, that's issues and your personal senator and using the tools, using the toolkit and figuring out how to use the toolkit. And if you aren't, and step one is if you aren't already in Nation Builder, let's solve that this week. Mr. Wilford, do you have a question?
I was hoping to get in on Q&A. I just noticed it was the last section in your report. Wondering if that's the appropriate time.
Yeah.
Okay. Just a quick strategic point. I've had some conversation with individual staff directors about this, and they seem to be in agreement, but I figure this is best coming from the top. I know the Haskets gave us some pretty deep discounts on lodging up there. I also know that there's some other recent stuff that's coming up that we'll probably mention in one of the reports coming up where we've gotten some pretty deep discounts. I would urge the party, when we get stuff like that, to contact them, record that as an in-kind donation, give them a membership for it as one, a hook to get them to donate later, but two, just recognition for what they're doing for it.
Yes.
So if we want to do that, what's the mechanism for doing that? Recording it as an in-kind donation when an organization or a person does that?
I think the treasurer would just need to actually take time to do it. I think in the past, the lack has been on our end to just reach out and make it happen administratively. And I'm just encouraging that we take that extra step.
Yeah, I agree. That's a great idea. Let me mention real quick, and I'll take other questions, that I also had in here Mr. Hewitt, who worked for us for a little bit, and that's time?
Go.
2 minutes.
Second.
2 minutes, okay. Extend for 2 minutes and a second. Is there any objection to 2 minutes? Okay. Sorry, guys. I almost bumped up my time on the agenda last night. It's like, no, it's gonna, anyway, here we are. Jeff has started a PAC this past week. He started the Liberty Campaign PAC, and he will be working with Chris Becker, and that helps get donations past the very low bar that San Antonio City Council has set for how your maximum donation is campaign. Chris Becker, Ryan Woodcraft is running for school district out in El Paso, and of course, Mr. Scott Ford is running for school district in Humble. All of these races are very promising. Please pick one. Do all three if you can, but pick one and give some time and money, or time or money or both, to one of these campaigns. This is what we're supposed to be doing. And so I don't want to get into what's more important, like legislative action or campaigns? It's like, well, they're both important. We can't, like two-winged bird, right? We got to have both. So in addition to all the work we're going to do on legislative action, please find some way to help at least one of those candidates. They can win if they get enough support. And I'm glad to see Jeff moving on and doing some really cool things for campaigns. And so other questions, any other questions?
Does this change our relationship with Jeff if he's running a PAC?
He can't coordinate with the campaigns. So he can pretty much do anything the campaign can. He just can't, and he can talk to them, but he just can't, they can't coordinate their efforts.
And what about with us?
With us, I'm not aware that, like, I don't think it's going to get what he's doing right now is not really,
Not associated with us at all.
one of the things we learned this last fall is that, like, the fundraiser thing wasn't really the best fit for him. He breathes political campaigns like that. He's been doing that his whole life. So
cool.
So that's where he's gonna
good.
Sort of the best. That's the 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say, I add a little tidbit on that question,
Oh.
to answer that question. The only thing that would be kind of restricted was if there were an exchange of funds between, because we are considered a GPAC as well. So two PACs working together, there's some, filing and finance stuff that goes along with that. That's it. It's but it's not restricted, like too restrictive.
Yeah. Was that it?
That's it.
Okay.
Words of the day.
All right. Thank y'all.
Hey, someone's very good.
Yeah. We're gonna move on to the vice chair's report now.
Oh, that's not one of my bingo. Winners of the day is not a bingo.
Q&A.
Come on, man. Oh, there it is. There it is. Better be.
All right. As far as activities I've been doing here over the last quarter, so I went to Liberty International with Andrew. I know Kate was there. I know that Sean helped table there.
Madam
Jenny,
Vice Chair?
Judy Lehman. Yes.
Oh,
Oh, the mic?
No, you put it right there.
Thank you.
And you just, all you gotta do is turn it.
Oh.
I think.
You got to press the button. There you go. Thank you.
All right.
She's live.
Hot mic. Okay, I attended Liberty International with Andrew. There was a number of folks from LPTexas there. Obviously, the Neals were the kind of the host and hostess of the whole thing. They put on a great conference. Kate was there. Sean was there tabling. Jenny, Judy Lehman was there. I think Joe was there for a period of time. So first of all, thank you for everyone who came out to Grapevine to table and represent LPTexas at Liberty International. Like Andrew, I did a lot of networking while I was there, was able to negotiate a donation to the Legislative Action Fund and start making some contacts that I'm hoping will be beneficial to us in the way of just, speakers at events, as well as donors and things like that. So more to come on that, still cultivating a larger donor, but we'll see how that shakes out in terms of relationship. And that's really what I've been working on for the most part, is trying to get donations to the Legislative Action Fund. I've made some donations myself. I sent out a number of emails trying to solicit donations, made some calls soliciting donations. So again, kind of still working on that, but did make some progress. And then as far as what else I've been doing other than just kind of like donor relations and everything, just really kind of trying to do drafting of position papers on our legislative priorities. So put together some stuff as last ending taxpayer funded lobbying. So basically saying like, what's our position on that? Looking at the bills and say, here are the bills that need to be based on our legislative priorities, and then hand that off to Anastasia and Kevin. That way they can curate that, take that information, and then go action with that capital. And I did submit an op-ed to the statesman. I haven't heard anything back yet. I reworked it, I resent it, still waiting to hear back. Some of that I made years and try another outlet on that, but that's another thing I'm going to be trying to do is do op-eds and try and get into our maybe message out there. So I'll keep you guys posted on that. Other than that, I've been doing some staff interviews. So interviewed executive director, Siemens administrator, and Mr. Scott Talley for events associate. So participated on for all those staff interviews. Just recently wrote blogs for our website regarding our legislative priorities. Thank you to Comms for pushing that. Really interesting to see that the GOP is they've got a lot of friction going on in there, particularly in the House. And for those of you who have been following the legislative session, you know what I'm talking about. But there is a fundamental divide in the GOP as far as how we need to be using this budget surplus. So Comptroller Clint Hagar probably heard we have a $24 billion surplus. And so the talk is, okay, are we going to use that surplus to try to draw down or do a buy down on property taxes and do additional property tax relief? That's a big chunk of folks. And then there are another chunk of folks who are like, okay, well, that's great, but we really need to be investing in infrastructure right now while we have the surplus. So there was a lot of talk about water. At one point, there was actually someone said that like, this is going to be the water session. So that's something to keep an eye on, particularly if you work in that field or something like that. I'm thinking Chris Farrow right now, because I know he's a geologist, but water is going to be a big topic for this upcoming session. So if that's something that you're interested in, definitely get in on that. I know that Senator Charles Perry is one of the folks who's kind of leading the charge on that front. So it'll be interesting to see how much property tax relief, how much infrastructure investment we do in the legislative session. But they're kind of eating their own right now, and I'm here for it. All right. Oh, and I also made a contact at Texas the event on Tuesday. Sorry, good speaker, PhD economist, has worked in administrations, and he's agreed to come speak with us. So
great.
We'll see if we can make that happen here pretty soon. I'll get that information to Carter and the events folks in a break. Other than that, affiliate candidate support, donated in phone bank for Frank. So close.
26 votes. 26 votes.
26 votes. Yeah. 26 votes. But that was what I did in the way of affiliate and candidate support. I've already pledged my time and dollars to Scott Ford for the board for Humble ISD school board. So looking forward to that campaign, because that one is local, and so I can be all up in it. And then just a reminder to you guys, for folks who are maybe running for one of the nonpartisan races in the May election, everything. I'm happy to come out and in support. So I'm in the Houston area. So if you're in the Houston area, it'll be really easy for me to do it. Otherwise, might be a weekend thing where I need to make the trip because I do have a day job. But I'm happy to come out to any of your candidate events, or even for those of you, I know a lot of us wear a number of hats. So for those of you who are county chairs, if you want me to come out to your your county meetup or something like that, please just let me know. I'm happy to try to accommodate, even if it's a virtual thing, if it's like on a Tuesday, right? So coming up, going to the political leadership school tomorrow. I hope all of you are too. And then I'll be going to the candidate and campaign training that is being put on in the Austin area on the 15th. And then tentatively, if I can finagle another day off, going to the legislative action day on the 24th. And that is my report. Open for questions. Yes, sir.
It's not so much a question as a comment. RLC reached out and the taxpayer funded lobbying is one of their items. And yeah, so I told them how likely to do that. So
Yeah, no. So yeah, that is one of our areas of overlap is the ending the taxpayer funding lobbying is one of our legislative priorities, and it's one of the Republicans' legislative priorities. So it's one of those good opportunities for us to build relationships in a single coalition kind of way and work together at the Capitol. Any other questions? All right, I see the rest of the time.
Excellent.
Oh, yeah. We have an update on our quorum numbers and such. No, I have it on the spreadsheet. Pull it up. Get the microphone again. Okay, we had some corrections to the numbers that we shared at the beginning of the morning. So the body after the 2 removals is 46. Number present today is 34. Number absent is 14. So quorum is 24, which we have quorum. Majority is 18, and 2/3 is 23.
Well, who were removed? That was.
It was David
Bernard
Constant
Johnson.
and Bernard Johnson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Secretary.
All right. Since I get to be my own screen guide girl, I'm just gonna stand here. Do you want me to do it? I posted my report. If you read it, ask me questions. If for those that don't know, I've had the flu all week and I'm alive. Today is the first day I woke up not running a fever this week. So, yay. Yes. So, you know, most of this court has been updated documents, sitting in on interviews, all the committees, getting NDAs out, harassing people for NDAs. There's a couple people still I need to harass for your NDA, for your committee. And yes, I did specify each one for each committee. So if for whatever reason you decide not want to be on a committee, you still have the other NDA, but you know, or if you're, I just covered all our bases. So since we've had 2 resignations and we added Jennifer. I love how when it changes it from a PDF to Google Doc and they just change some words. We lost 2 counties, but gained 2 counties, which Jacob covered in his report. We got all our coalitions. And I forgot I sat down on Jennifer's interview too. So I've been sitting in on interviews. I attended the Sealy Gun Show. Got some cool stuff while I was there. Thanks, Jacob. Just candidate support, working on, I don't count working on Scott's campaign as secretary since, you know, I'm the candidate's wife. That one goes under the marriage vows. So I am attending the leadership meeting tomorrow and the candidate training on the 15th. I was going to do the legislative action day, but only going to work 1 day this week. 8 up that time, so now I have to go to work that day, unfortunately. But the other one that I heard there's a tentative one in March during my spring break. Yeah. That I can go because I don't have to take a day off work for that.
Nice.
So that's what's been going on in my world. Yes, John.
So we got to see the document updates moving again. I know that there have also been some website updates going on. Do we know if there's active coordination there to get the new updated documents on the website?
Whenever I have it updated, I send it over to IT and go, hey, here's a new one, here's the link. So I know we had an issue at one point because I sent the secured link versus the public link. So then, we had to get the right link. So it was like, I can't view it now, I can't view it. And I'm like, okay, I sent the secured one, not the unsecured one.
Yeah, perfect.
But that's it. And I know we've been holding off on doing some changes until we get some stuff squared off today, and then they're gonna do a massive update. But that's under Austin. And Jeff?
I'd just like to announce for no apparent reason that I hasn't read the report.
That's a two.
All right, and treasurer reports after mine. It's on the forum. That's as much as I know, because it's Joe. I know there was discussion on there, but if you have any questions, message Joe. Because he's not here, Jocelyn's not here, so the entire.
Hey, right there, SD1.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to thank Joe Burns and Jocelyn Pantry for all of their continued work on the finance strategy.
They had requested them of reports and they got it done. And posted. Good. I'm done. Okay, yeah, we're done.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda is a short break. Y'all want to go and do that, or you want to push out a couple more reports first? Break? Break, okay. Then we're gonna break at 9:47. 15 minutes? Okay, 15 minutes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
for the benefit of the bingo card and my reputation, I'd like to move that we adjourn.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Is there objection?
Objection, we're fine.
Okay. Dare I take a vote?
No.
We're gonna recognize that for what it is and just keep sailing here.
Yeah, don't dare take a vote.
I don't want to find out.
Chicken.
AFO.
Yes.
Mr. Fanning, our executive director, is up next.
All right, so I'm going to try to keep this pretty short. The full report is on the forums, but I'll just kind of hit some of the highlights from it. So personally, like most of the work I've been doing has been like org chart and the position descriptions for volunteers, all the compliance stuff to comply with the policy manual. So I put a lot of time into that. I'm going to continue to put a lot of time into that. It's not going to be an overnight fix, but we're going to get there in the next several months. I think Christy mentioned bringing on some new folks. We've brought on several new folks, mentioned those in the report as well. We've also got one staff move. We're moving Matthew Gibbs back to the events department to help out there. I know there was a lot of talk at the last SLEC meeting from what I caught of it online about what we have in storage. A huge thank you to Amanda and Jacob for going out and taking a full inventory of that. One thing I did want to mention on that note is in the previous meeting, there was a lot of, oh, I think we have this as the party. We have that as the party. If it's not on that inventory list that's attached to my report on the forums, but you know that we purchased something, let me know so we can try to track it down and recover it. So just keep that in mind. Please go look at that inventory report. The last thing I really want to talk about is the development department. It is a ghost town right now. So our general recruitment strategy, as long as I've been in orbit of the party, has been very passive. I need y'all's help switching it to more of an active recruitment. If you know someone in your Senate district, in your county, wherever, that would be a good fit for development, please let us know. Send them my way, send them Andrew's way, so we can talk to them, get them to apply, etc. That is going to be a need that we need to fill sooner than later. There's going to be a lot of open positions that I'll be announcing soon, pending the org chart change. But development is really hurting right now. We don't have staff. They're calling up, lapsed donors, that sort of stuff. So we're fine right now. It's not emergency status this second, but that's something that we don't want to snowball. So if you know someone who's got that skill set, is well-spoken, can talk to big donors, let us know. We're looking for a development director. Obviously, some support staff would be welcome there as well. And then we are going to look at bringing back some contract fundraisers. I want to steal John's thunder. I believe he's got some motions on that later today. When it comes to that, I'm going to kind of pave the way. Please, we've got to be generous with compensation on those. We've structured it in a way where we're not doing any base pay, so it's purely commission. It's costing us $0 for these, and it's work that's not going to get done if we're not funding it. And we've got to make it lucrative for the folks that are willing to take the time to do that, because that's one heck of a job. So keep that in mind as we're discussing those motions. The only other thing I've got is I'm going to be spending a little less time on LPTexas stuff over the next 5 months or so. I'll still be around. I'll still be doing work. But Chris Becker's campaign is spinning up. I'm his campaign manager, and I will be pouring a lot of time into that. But I'm still going to be around. It's not like I'm taking a step out or anything like that. So if you need anything, please contact me. Just know it might be delayed a day or two extra if we've got some Chris campaign stuff going on. So pending any questions, that's all I've got.
Just a quick one about Billy Pierce, SD7. I concur with your assessment that the development director being vacant is something that we need to address sooner than later. You mentioned taking a look around our SDs and really trying to assess the availability of someone with the right aptitude.
Yeah.
For folks who maybe haven't recruited a development director in the past, could you speak for just a couple of minutes about the skill sets that someone needs in order to be useful in that position, so that we can recruit someone based on aptitude and not based on popularity?
Absolutely. So that's a big thing for me, because we don't want just a warm body in the seat. I completely concur with what you were going with there. So realistically, if we can find someone who has development type experience, i.e. fundraising, some financial planning, that sort of stuff experience, that would be awesome. But realistically, to me, the most important thing is, do they carry themselves well? Are they going to appear polished to big donors? Are they well-spoken? The rest of it, between Andrew and Jeff and I, we can probably get them spun up, and, but they've really got to have to go get an attitude and really want to kind of dive in and own the department. But we need someone who can represent us well in front of big donors. We need someone, if they have fundraising experience, that would be a ginormous plus. So that's really the type of person we're looking for. Kate.
Right there, SD1. In the past, especially being heavy on the finance side for the past 4 years, I will say that one of the issues that we've had with getting a development director, not that anybody who has filled it in the past has been the issue. It's more of they haven't had consistent support within the department. Would it be beneficial to maybe try to find somebody who's more on the administrative side to, like you said, get things in order to then be able to really recruit the best person for the director position?
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to put the egg before the chicken kind of thing, or however you guys want to say it.
Absolutely. And just to make it clear, we've kind of got 3 levels of positions that are available in the development department. We've got the director, who we really got to find the right person for. We've got to be more selective on. We've got the volunteer fundraisers, which, if you have any fundraising experience, you don't mind burning phones, that can be a good deal. But we also need the administrative support piece, which is very critical. And to be clear, we need all 3 of those, sooner than later. And so if you know someone who's interested in the admin side as well, please send them our way. We're not just looking for a director, we're looking for a full staff, because the last thing I want is to bring a director on board, not have the staff doing the admin stuff. So they're stuck doing the admin stuff. They're not out fundraising. It's not the best use of their time. And it's not fair to the person who takes the director position if we don't have the support staff.
Can you speak just very briefly on what that administrative component is, what that person does?
Yeah, so a lot of that is going to be helping Jocelyn and Joe get everything right in the CRM to make sure it all reflects correct. Canceling donations, calling lapsed donors that were on the hook for $25 a month, their credit card expired or whatever. It's a lot of just the tedious small level. It's not big donations, small level management of the incoming funds that we're getting to several of our different accounts. Any other questions? All right, Carter. I'll be hanging around if you want a sidebar.
Thanks, Carter.
Before you get into it, or position, just
Want to piggyback a little bit on what Carter said, but also throw a little additional observation in there. Had lunch with Whitney a couple weeks ago, just catching up on some stuff. And so this is purely anecdotal, but one of the things she mentioned was this is, okay, backing up a minute, y'all are where our economy sucks right now and things are just generally declining, right? Like that's just it's a problem we have. It's a problem everybody has. So we have some things we need to fix, shore up, but we're fighting a bigger picture. We need to keep that in mind. And one of the things Whitney mentioned specifically is that in this environment, in this economy, executive development directors, development personnel generally are very, very difficult to find. Very difficult to find. They're in high demand, especially for the nonprofit development role is tough. So all the more reason, like we will look and we will do what we have to do to try to find the right people in these positions. But generally speaking, anybody that's got the skills can find a paying job. It's gonna be hard to find a volunteer with the skills. So that's where y'all come in. Going back to my thing about making phone calls and dialing for dollars. And it also, as Carter mentioned, and just want to second that emotion, is that filling out the department with just rank and file volunteers, somebody to call lapse credit cards, somebody to call, that kind of stuff. Anything you got, or if one of y'all wants to volunteer for one of those positions, that works too.
My report was pretty short. Basically, we've been doing our best to fundraise, categorizing, prioritizing bills so that we know what to focus on. We've had a little bit of restructuring, which has brought in the volunteer coordinators into the Legislative Action Department, and we are super excited about that and working on getting them spun up. I do want to thank Patrick and the Mises Caucus for contributing or offering to match up to $1,000.
Thank you.
For the Legislative Action Fund. We have already gotten a $100 donation today from Nikki. I was planning to be the first one to come up here and say, I'll donate the first $100, and she beat me to it. But I will donate the second $100. If we get 800 more, that's 2,000. Every dollar you donate brings in 2.
I'll do 100.
Hell yeah, we're up to 3.
I'll do 250.
4. I got 5.
Another 100.
I can't do that math. We're real close, guys. And a couple hundred more. All right.
There we go.
Sorry. Nikki, me, Nikki, you, Christy, you, Andrew, Paul.
I got you, me.
And you said 250.
I'll do 250.
All right, we got Billy for 250. That's 750.
And everybody else is 100.
Darren, we're at 850.
All right, hold on, I'm getting there. Darren.
Nikki, Anna, Andrew, Christie.
100. Darren.
Yes.
Darren.
Yes.
So I'm gonna. You mind? Ted, Anna, Nikki, Andrew, and Darren for 100. Who did I miss for 100? Christy.
And me. I'll put it out.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, there we go. That's 100, and then Billy for 250, right?
All we need is $50.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 50. Yeah,
Oh,
we
that's
only
the
need
hand.
50.
50 bucks.
Oh, yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a
That's all I need to
Surprise
make
bag. I'll do it while you're up here.
So that actually changes
All of that.
a little bit, yeah. Okay, but that's impressive. Thank you guys so much for your support.
Go team.
Yes.
The report's been up on the forum for a little bit, so I just want to turn it over to questions for a little bit before I turn it over to Kevin to let you know a little bit more about what he's been doing. Carol.
Are we gonna do the bills this time where we can read them and I can do that?
You're absolutely welcome to read bills. We are.
Red light, green light kind of thing?
Different focus this time.
Yeah.
I'll explain.
Yeah, Kevin will cover that.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Hell yeah.
All right.
Great question.
Keep the distance. It's totally over.
Hot mic. If you
Oh my God.
You haven't already tried that. Hot. All right. Thank you guys for raising $2,000 just like that.
Roll it back into your
Audio
face.
You may not need it. Check 1, 2. How about there? Right there?
Keep away from your face. There's
All right.
a proximity effect.
This is why I'm not a singer. Going well. All right, here's the plan this time. What we learned last time is that we wasted a lot of your time having you read all those bills. I don't want to do that to you this time. What we need to do is build relationships with our representatives, which is what we're going to focus on in our first LAD coming up on the 24th. I'm going to set you up for success. I'm going to do the week before you come. I'm going to go to every office and let them know you're coming. I'm going to ask them for an organizational chart with phone numbers and emails. I'm going to ask them to help provide you an opportunity to engage with them in a way that's positive for them. Okay? This is what the lab is. This is what we need to be doing. We need to be building relationships with those reps' staff because the staff has their ear. I've already put this to work in the first 2 weeks. As you know, we're trying to change where the filing fee goes, right? Right now, we pay the state, which makes it unconstitutional. It's a poll tax. So what we're trying to do, and what I've been selling it as, is we're going to just do a quick administrative fix on the filing fees so that they're administrated exactly the same way for Democrats and Republicans, for Green Parties and Libertarians. If you want to pay a filing fee or submit signatures, you do that to your party. We're changing the language of the law to say state party or county party so that the money comes back to us. Or the signatures, even more importantly, the signature data comes back to us. That's probably more valuable than the dollars, honestly. Now we have people to market to. Okay? That's our number one priority, is getting the filing fees back to our party where they belong, get it administrated exactly the way the Democrats and Republicans do it. I've already got meetings with my Senator Johnson and my representatives, John Bryant. The John Bryant meeting was very, very positive. Johnson was a little less positive, but they would possibly go on board as a companion. So if I can get John Bryant on board next week, I'll have an answer. Then I'm probably real easy to get my senator to file the companion, and then we'll have 2 shots at this. My hope is that this is such a no-brainer like it was to my rep, my Johnson rep, Savannah. She goes, oh, this makes sense. And I was like, thank you. So if it goes like that, there's a really good possibility if we stay low-key, sell it as an administrative fix, you know, don't tell anybody that, yeah, this helps our party. Don't do that. We're trying to sell this as it's fair for everybody. We're doing it exactly the same way Democrats do. We're doing it exactly the same way Republicans do. They pay their party, pay for the primary. We pay our party, pay for conventions. That's what we're doing here. Don't sell it for anything else than that, because you'll shoot us in the foot. So we're building relationships on the 24th. We're maybe talking about a bill number by then, depending on how fast they can get it done. If my rep turns it down, I'm giving him the right of first refusal, then it's my job to go sell it to somebody else. And I'm going to start with Dustin Burrow's office.
Oh, come on.
Oh my gosh.
Is that on the bingo card?
Yes, that should be on the bingo card. Another thing, our next SLEC meeting will be almost at the end of this session. We're planning to have it in Austin area, hopefully. That will be a good time for us to go thank the reps for the work they did for us, especially if they did a lot of positive work for us. And I would really, really love to get it funded. My mom got really worried when I got involved with the party. She goes, what is this libertarian thing you're doing? And she was like, I want to know what you're getting yourself involved in, because it just sounds like a bunch of Republicans that want to smoke pot. I said, well, Mom, we're also Democrats that like guns. But I said, really, Mom, seriously. I said, if you're really worried about what I'm getting involved in, will you read one book from me? And she goes, I'll read one book. I handed her this book, Dr. Ruwart's. Now, I have Dr. Ruwart's phone number in my pocket. She gave Dallas a really, really good deal on these books. I got 100 of them from her. I would like to buy 200 to pass out at the legislature at the end of the session as a thank you, so that when these guys go back home and they get a rest, they can finally figure out where we're coming from. My goal is to have them talking about criminal justice reform in the form like it is written out in pages 210 to 212. 210 to 212, sorry. So that's how I'm going to leave it with them is let's talk about next session, changing our criminal justice system to match what Japan is doing so that we actually get less recidivism and we get less crime. So these are things that work in the real world. This is how I got my mom involved in the party. She's a delegate. She's my treasurer in Dallas. So this is how we get them, is we get them to see it from a different place. Because right now it's business as usual. It won't change until we do this. I'm going to be doing my best to obviously put our positions in their faces all the way throughout the session. But at the end, I want to thank them and give them this. So if we can raise the money for this, we're talking about $2,200 because I get a really good deal from this reward. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll open them up. Mr. Brown.
Yes, so obviously we want this bill about the filing fees, but have there been any bills filed that harm us? Because there's so many ways they could do that.
We are not as big of a target this time.
Good.
I think I think what happened whenever they tried to double the filing fees and we came out, it just happened to be on one of our LAD days and we totally smashed them. That killed 3 bills on one day.
Wow.
Because the 10% bill never got a hearing, and it was Hughes's bill. He's the chair. He can bring it up anytime. But we smashed him so hard on doubling the filing fees, that bill never saw the light of day. That had the same effect over in the House. Those bills that were in the House died. We killed 7 out of 8 bills that were going to harm us last time.
Oh, I did thank Senator, Representative Busey on Tuesday.
Oh, yeah, for the point of
order.
order. Yeah, and this is another thing that we're changing. I've recruited John to be my point of order finder. So when we get down and dirty and something gets through calendars that we've already tried to red or green and we want to kill it, I'm going to have John go back through the history and and read the rules and try to find us a point of order that we shop for them. We need to be proactive this time instead of always being on the defense, hoping they'll save us. If we can find a point of order and we can bring it to somebody else that's on the opposite team, dude, and if we can find one of those Republicans that's on the opposite team right now, that's even better, you know? So, yes. Jack.
I really appreciate so far what we've done. Oh, Jack Westbrook, SD 31. I really appreciate what we talked about and what Andrew's talked about and creating win-win situations with these people we're talking to instead of just, hey, this is what we need you to do for us.
Right.
And when I heard you talk about the criminal situation and people being put in jail or prison, I feel like, and I can't prove that, but I honestly believe it's the case that there are those who benefit from the fact that we have a bunch of prisons in terms of donors. And so how would you think we should go about creating win-win situation when we're talking to that issue?
On that issue, we need to figure out a way to where it's equitable for the person that's being convicted. Because ultimately, they're the victim of the state unless they created victims, right? If they've created victims, then we do need to have a place for them, right? If someone's murdered somebody, then they need to sit in prison for the rest of their life. They do not need to be put to death. There's a difference, and it costs a whole lot less, too. So I do believe that we do have to have some sort of capital punishment. What Ruart talks about in her book and what Japan does is that the criminal, once caught, is forced with their family to go back to the victim and try to reconcile the difference between them. If the judge figures that they did not make a good enough offer, then they can not only do that, which they've already agreed to, they can include a punishment and even more. So what has happened is people that are going back to their victims are going, I'm really sorry, here's double what I did to you, I'm really sorry. And what's happening is that we're not only getting them whole as what they've lost, we've made the criminal wholly responsible. That's the difference. We don't hold our criminals wholly responsible. We just throw them in a cage and say, see you in 6 weeks or 6 months or 6 years or whatever it is. We don't hold them responsible for what they actually did. In Japan, you have to go to your victim and tell them that you're sorry. That's a whole new level of, oh my God, what have I done? Because now you get to see the pain that you caused. That's what I want from our criminal justice system. Well, are these guys there? No, come on. These guys want to continue the death penalty in this house.
Yeah.
So
I'm more concerned about, they're the guys who are building the prisons and running the prisons are making money.
Oh,
And they're donating to the people in legislation to keep that
the
happening.
best we can do there is just expose them via TEC reports.
Okay.
That's what I would do.
All right,
Who
we
was
got,
next?
we got Kate, then we got John, Joe, and Carol. Make it quick. Is my wicked senator still chairing that committee? SD1, Brian Hughes.
Oh yes, state affairs. Oh yeah, state affairs is Hughes again. Yes,
Okay.
and Carol
Yeah,
on that.
Give it John.
John.
So I want to start off by thanking you for highlighting those wins we had last time. Kind of relate everything back to football because it's Texas, why not?
Yep.
If election night is our Super Bowl, and it's a really important night for us, what happens at the legislature is all our training days that led up to that. And I feel like we don't get to talk enough about the wins that we have at the legislature because it's not as sexy as the wins that we have at a voting booth.
Right.
But they are some of the most important work that we do in order to get the final outcomes that come from the voting booth. So I just want to take the time to thank you for bringing that up to the body and expressing the importance of that. And moreover, thank you for being willing to lead that again this time. That is huge, and thank you so much.
You're welcome. I feel like I'm a better candidate after this. Every cycle I do this, I get to be better as a candidate for our constituents. So thank you for letting me do it. You guys literally pay my salary. Thank you, because my car payment doesn't stop. So I appreciate it. Who was next?
We got Joe and then Carol.
Joe.
So obviously school choice is being talked about like crazy. Are we just sitting by and watching? Are we sticking our nose in that? Or are we just?
We will be sticking our nose up in that in the House because it's already through the Senate 4 times. There's no need to be, we're already on board with school choice, but we will need to be speaking up in the House. Strategically, it doesn't make sense for us to be just piling on in the Senate right now.
And House committees haven't been assigned yet, and so there's not really action to take.
There's no
yet.
actions yet.
We are paying attention, but there's just not action to take yet.
Yeah.
Okay, the Japanese model, what if the family does not want the criminal to come to them to ask?
They use an arbiter. They go through an arbiter.
Because I was gonna say.
Yeah, exactly. If somebody's violent, then you obviously need an arbiter between them. But the offer has to come from the criminal to the victim, and then the victim can either accept it or deny it or ask for more or whatever.
Opinion of non-victimless crimes.
I'd have to dig deeper. Sorry. Non-victim crimes, I mean, obviously we know where we stand on that. If there's no victim, there's no crime. I was literally wearing that shirt last night. Who was with me at dinner? So yes, if you can get that shirt on LPTexas.org, by the way. All right, who was next? After Joe, Carol.
I did.
And Jack.
So school choice, one of the issues that I have is the fact that in that process, they're paying more to individuals who choose to go outside the school system and go to private system. They're paying them more than they're paying the school for that same person, and I have issue. What's our take on that? How are we addressing that?
I would like some guidance there, guys. Honestly, my take is pretty simple. The money's not coming out of public schools. It's a whole new accounting line for this.
Right.
So it's not like public schools are losing any money.
No, but they're paying
more for the private
kid that's
schools.
going to the private school.
Right.
Which is my issue. It should be
Right.
equal.
Right.
So what they're talking about, at least in the House, so Briscoe Kane was on a panel on Tuesday talking about school choice and everything. And one of the things that they're talking about is like kind of splitting it up. So having one bill for like the universal school choice, the ESAs or what have you, however that shakes out, and then having a separate bill related to paying teachers more, because that's the beef that everybody's saying, is that teachers aren't getting paid enough. They're having to come out of their own pockets to fund their classrooms and this and that and the other. So they're talking about having those two bills in parallel so that it's doing the universal school choice, but then also continuing to support the teachers who continue to serve in the public school system. And then something along discipline as well. They were talking about a third bill that I need to unpack a little bit more because I didn't fully understand.
Final thing on that is the concern for the smaller districts. You know anything about the
They
discussion on
should
that?
fear nothing. This bill is so limiting that national average on public schools, the public schools lose about 2.74% of their students. Public schools are not going anywhere. Okay.
Well, the reason I asked.
This bill is actually limiting. This bill is actually limiting in its funding that it would only take about 1.7 of the students, 1.7% of the students. So it's an unfounded fear.
All right, great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Guys, oh wait, in the back, I got you.
What's the latest on Defend the Guard?
We are going to be shopping that legislation. I do not see any legislation in it that's been filed for that yet. So we will start shopping that along with, our filing fee bill.
Risk cocaine is not picked up?
I have not seen a bill yet filed. Thank you. That is my time. Thank you, guys.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
So,
I actually have my blanket.
posted on the forum, I made a motion, or, yeah. Motion is, be it moved that LPTexas 2025 budget be amended to add $5,000 to the line item staff compensation and $5,000 to the line item titled legislative headquarters.
Second.
Objection.
Cool.
Can you scroll up to see
Can I speak to mine?
Yes. Would you like to speak to your motion since
Thank
you
you.
have an objection?
So first of all, I am incredibly moved by the donations that came in today, and they are going to help so much. As of Joe's report yesterday, or as of the January 30th, we were at $16,000 thereabouts in the Legislative Action Fund. With the additional $2,000 that came in today, we're sitting at 18. And that does a killer job for us.
Mm-hmm.
We are still out fundraising. Andrew has been, he spent so much time. Jesse has spent so much time. I know there are other people who've been involved in it. I've been fundraising my butt off more than I've ever fundraised before. And we have further strategies to try to reach out and not only bring in more funds, but use our fundraising efforts to build relationships with other organizations to amplify our impact. We are still working our butts off. I just am asking for two things in this motion. I'm asking for some buy-in from SLEC. And if SLEC has buy-in, I think that I can get more people to support it. And I'm asking for just a little bit of safety net to be able to actually get this stuff done if we can't raise the funds. Practice for as long as we have had special projects, I think it was like 2014, 2016 that we started these, is that the funds spent on these efforts comes out of the special project fund first. It's not until after that is expended that we actually go into the general fund. So all I'm asking for is buy-in that I can use to leverage to get people to actually donate, because if they don't think that we, the state leaders of the party, believe in what we're doing, they're not going to believe in what we're doing either. And just a little bit of safety net, but I promise I won't stop working any harder. Or honestly, I'm probably going to work harder.
Yeah, we're just getting started.
Yeah. That phrasing was so bad. Because I am on the verge of tears again. I'm so moved. So check your bingo cards. Andrew's not going to.
Andrew's not gonna stop working, Jesse's not gonna stop working, nobody else is. Andrew's rolled out the plan for you guys to work toward this as well. I just want a little bit of safety net and something I can sell to people.
Mr. Chair, can I speak to the objection?
Yeah. Can I speak against?
Yes, so my only problem, you noted that I did donate, earlier to this, and so it's not about that. I thoroughly support our legislative action. I think it's one of the better things we're doing these days, and we're getting better at it. And so I'm all for it. However, my issue is, I don't know what our budget looks like. I don't know where we are. And the report that I saw was, I think posted late last night was when I was able to see it because of other obligations that I've had. And from what I can tell, we don't have anybody here from the Treasurer's Department to tell me what's going on with that. So can you relieve my concern about what we have to support this request? Where are we financially to be able to do this, is what I'm asking.
You're asking for information?
Well, that's my objection, is I don't know what it is, so I need somebody to tell me so I can vote appropriately.
Point of order, is this debate?
Yeah, well, this is debate on the motion, so I don't.
Well, I'm just saying that's my issue.
Mr. Wilford?
Yeah, just like to speak for the motion. So the reason I think we should pass this, although currently we are running a deficit, I think I saw in the reports, it was about 9,000 for the last fiscal year whenever I saw it. We do have quite a nest egg that can support this. And I think it's very important work we do. And additionally, more funds are already being raised. So that is why I support this motion.
Thank you. I need a speaker against, and the first hand I saw was Mr. Pearson.
I'll be speaking in favor.
Was there a second objection?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
You don't have to second an objection. What do you mean?
A second and an objection.
Yes, there was a
He's asking that
second
it is
and
on
an
the floor
objection.
for
Okay, I
approval.
misunderstood. Request for information?
Yeah, Judy Moore, SDAT. When the fund was set up originally, was that to be like it, no more, or was there an open door to add to that?
Can we do this during debate? I mean, can I respond to a request for information? It's a privilege,
Yes.
right?
It's a request for information.
Yeah, okay, so, yes, I do think it's important to clarify, I'm the guy that set up this fund, that it was never supposed to be the sole source of funds for legislative action. It's a gimmick, it's a donor management, there are donors, myself included, who would rather know that their money's going to the work of the party than going to keeping the lights on, paying for nation builder, or that kind of stuff. It's just a thing. We've had people in the past on SLEC that didn't want to support the party financially because of some platform plank that they disagreed with, and so they couldn't in good conscience pay the party, but they would support things we were doing, right? So it's totally donor management and has no, it is not the budget for legislative action. Our legislative action is a core operating value proposition for the party. And so does that address your information? Like we need to think of this as we're going to pay for this out of operations, but we're going to use the legislative action fund to appeal to certain donors that would be more interested in that than just writing a check to the Libertarian Party. Okay, so that's the information, and we had
We got Billy.
and against. Do we have a 4? You said 4, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so is there against 4? Anybody else against passing this?
Mine's more of an abstention, like a.
Okay.
And the reason I wholeheartily agree with this.
Yeah.
But because I am a member of SLEC and one of my very first duties too is to be financially responsible. And unfortunately, we just don't have the budget to be able to do this. I would be more comfortable in supporting it if there was instead of it just being called a safety net, if there was something that was attached to it to make me feel better about moving the funds that we don't really have in the budget to become a safety net or reducing it. But that's just where I'm at because I need to be usually responsible being a rep on.
Does that mean
SLEC.
you have an amendment?
I do not have an amendment. That's why at the time I am abstaining and I'm giving,
makes sense.
there may be some other people that might be feeling the same way
Yeah.
or on the fence. And maybe that could help sway.
Okay, so let's take that as debate, and then we are looking for debate in favor.
Billy Pierce, SD7. So I rise to speak in favor of this motion. Simply put, while we are running at a deficit, let's remember the difference between deficit and debt. Right? Deficit means that we are currently spending more money than we are actively raising, but that does not mean that we are broke or that we are going into debt. All right. So let's be the economically literate and knowledgeable folks that we know libertarians love to be. So when I've talked to folks about donating to the state party, I get some folks who have the very classic objections to, well, what are you going to spend it on? And we can tell them what we are going to spend it on, but then it's always, that's our plans. The question that I get from real donors, not $25 a month donors, but real donors is, what have you done with your money lately? And as our treasurer pointed out early on in this term, we had a nice chunk of money in the bank and that we have not been spending. And we need to be seen spent. When folks donate to this party, they don't donate for it to sit in the bank and draw interest. All right, they're donating of their hard-earned funds that they actively worked for. And they said, take this and go do something. Take this money and go, battle the state. Take this money and show up in Austin and tell them that they're full of crap. Take this money and run candidates against those jerks that we don't like. Take this money and do something with it. We need to do something with the money, and then we can then take this, hey, look what we did. Look what we did with this. And then I can go back to donors and say, look, we spent this much money and this is what we did with that money. I need some more to refill the coffers and I can sell that. So please pass this motion. Let's get to work.
Is there anybody else to speak against this motion? Okay. We don't, Mr. Wilford?
I have an amendment.
Yes, Mr. Wilford?
I would like to add to the end of this motion. We will be spending funds out of directed donations before we touch the general fund.
Okay.
And I would also like to add that we are increasing our reserve fund from 5,000 back to 10,000 as a safety net in case we do have financial troubles.
Okay, did you get that?
So I'm going to write with the secretary.
Instead of financial troubles, can we say something like it's unforeseen expenses? Financial trouble sounds better.
John, you type it in?
I can if you need it. You need it.
This is in a PDF, so I got it.
But everybody got the gist of that. Number one, it would expressly codify, let's say, our custom of spending the money, the directed donations first, before we tap the general operating funds. And number two, it would goose our cash reserve requirement from 5,000 to 10,000. For anybody that's concerned about what do the pilots call it, the floor or the deck, hard deck? Yeah, right. So our hard deck will be 10K instead of 5K, just to make sure we don't overshoot, right? So.
Request for information.
Yes.
Just for clarification, this budget request is to stay in the general budget and not be moved to the legislative action fund.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
That is to, yes, increase the legislative action department budget in the operating budget by 10K, as described here. Any other information requests, Sean?
Request for information, I'd probably like to find this faster than you can, but how much money do we have in the bank right now?
82,000 according to the report from Jeff.
Okay. We have a significant surplus that has been carried forward from previous, got lean years, fat years. Right now, it's not great, but we're not going to turn it around by never mind. I'm getting kind of
That was 82,000 in the general fund.
That's the
that is not
information.
all everything we have. We have $209,000.
Okay. How are we doing on
Yeah,
that?
just FYI, when the legislator is talking about the poverty line, do you know what number they use?
Is it 27,000?
$36,000. That's what you're paying me. Thank you.
A bargain.
And I'm only part-time, it's only half the year.
Next time sharpen that knife.
I will. Well, as I get more.
Okay, we have the amendment on the board here. Be it moved that the LPTexas 2025 budget be amended to add $5,000 to the line item. Oh, where's the amendment?
We will first spend monies.
We will first spend monies from directed donations before touching general funds. We will increase the reserve fund from 5K to 10K. Second, does anybody object to this modification? Hearing no objection, the amendment passes. Good? Okay. As amended, we kind of ran out of debate against the motion. Yes, sir?
Billy Pierce, SD7. I call a question.
Anybody object to going to vote?
Can I object to ask a question?
Do you have a request for information?
Yes. What is
Okay.
the reserve
Interruptible.
fund in this context?
That's a good question.
It's in the motion, reserve fund.
So the reserve fund is something that LPTexas has had for longer than I've been involved. It is money that we do not touch under any circumstances unless shit hits the fan. There is a threshold in our bylaws under which we can use money from the reserve fund. It is money of last resort is what it is. It is in fact, it is in the treasurer's report, reported as reserve fund under our bank accounts.
Is that number set in the bylaws?
It is not set in the bylaws. It is set in the policy manual.
Yeah, policy manual.
Yes.
It's policy manual.
We talked about increasing it.
What is the exact number in the reserve fund currently?
That's what I would have.
Because I could have sworn we had already increased it to over 10K during
We
the
do have more than 10K in there. We are only required to have 5K in there.
Right.
In fact,
We debated it,
frequently,
but we didn't
we
do it.
have more in the reserve fund than we are required to.
I
like,
put that motion.
for almost the entire time that I've been involved, but there's
Oh, yeah, that's right.
$10,397.71.
That's right. That's right.
Correct. It won't actually impact
I voted for it.
Oh, I
our
remember.
account balances at all.
Because we already
Pass this
have
amendment.
the 10 in
Correct.
reserve. But it, should
It keeps us from taking, 'cause at the moment, even though we have 10,000 in, we could take 5,000 and just spend it on whatever we wanted to.
to effectuate this,
that's
this
what
is
we're
essentially a modification of the policy manual, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Point of order, the question was called and seconded.
But it was a
We're
request
answering
for
a
We had
request for
our
information,
request
which
for
takes priority.
information, so we'll make sure we all know what we're voting
Yes,
on.
it's interruptible.
Yep. Is an interrupting motion.
Does require you to be recognized.
Well,
He was recognized. I'm not saying he wasn't.
policy manual, does that need to be expressed or do we need to, we know what we're
I
doing?
think it's well understood.
Okay. I think we all understand what we're voting on. So all in favor of passing this motion as amended, please raise your hand so I can see where we are. Okay, and anybody opposed? That carries unanimously.
Abstention.
Kevin, you can't oppose it. Send that down.
Okay, anybody abstaining from this vote? Sorry.
I was for it.
I have to
Because
abstain.
we still
I have to abstain
have
from the.
Okay, so.
time on this agenda
That's
item.
it, that's in person, yes. But, okay, so motion passes unanimously. Good job.
Because we have time on this agenda item, I do just want to take a moment of privilege if the body will indulge me.
You can do it.
We already have the bingo item.
To say that passing this motion means that no matter what, our legislative efforts are funded. If we can't raise another dime,
We're
we
going.
did it.
Yeah.
We're still gonna work our asses off. But we can fight for the survival of this party. We can do the thing that we are charged with doing.
Yes.
Thank you, Kevin.
To answer the question, LPTexas Reserve is currently at $10,397.71.
Right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I took care of that last term. Your bail
Okay,
money.
next up is
Yes, it
campaign
is my
support
bail
for
money.
Mr.
What?
Polsky.
It's Joe's bail money now.
While he's coming up, we are running a little bit ahead of time, so once he finishes, I'll be asking you if you want to go ahead and go to lunch, or if we want to get another couple of reports in before we break for lunch, but we'll.
It's under 11 a.m.
Yeah, I know, we're doing great, so might as well keep the momentum. Mr. Polsky.
All right, so first off, can you not hear me?
Turn it on.
I
want to hear more passion.
But stay back from it.
It's on the mic.
It's on the mic.
There it is.
Yeah.
All right, so first off, just want to say that the report's been on the forums for a few days now. Hopefully everybody in here read it, and I'm not going to go through every line item on here. I do have a quick update though. When the report was delivered, there were 12 of the initial 20 seats for the campaign training class coming up 15 on the 15th that were filled. As of today, we're at 18, and I've got one more person in the pipeline to fill it. Already, that was including you, so we've got a couple more seats there. If we can hit that 20, we should be, not should be, but we are including the information about it going out on the newsletter on Tuesday. So hopefully anybody else that is receiving those newsletters will go out and sign up for it. The initial budgeting that we did for the campaign training, I had a couple of different trainers I tried going through initially. I kind of said no to libertarians, but we did land on one that is pretty solid. Is a libertarian himself. We're going through an organization, Libertarian Policy Institute. With the help of the events department, we were able to secure a venue for free for the training at the Rossman Group in Austin. So anybody who knows who Rossman is, then that's a big one there. Is that a question or?
His point of information is Louis Rossman going to be there.
I have not verified yet.
Who is that?
That's a bit of information.
Yes.
Are we booking that as an in-kind donation?
Still working on the finances stuff for that. That is more of an Andrew discussion. We'll be hopefully reaching out to him to kind of discuss that, see how to treat that personally. The location can support anywhere from 50 to 100 people. If we hit that, I'm going to be coming back to you guys and saying I need more budget. As a reminder, one of the things that we're doing for the campaign training, candidate training, is that we're not charging candidates to attend the training. Our candidates are already our individuals are already putting in their own hard-earned money and time to run campaigns to support other candidates. So this is something where we're taking donor dollars directly out of the campaign support fund to fund these types of training classes. Originally, I was hoping to get 3 this year, based on the requirements for this class. I'm looking at maybe getting 2. One of the reasons is the trainer is not charging us for board or travel because he lives in Austin when we're doing the training. So we're getting that for free. We're getting the venue for free. But everything else is still costing money. So I may be coming back to you guys later on to say, hey, I need more money. Hopefully we can get some more donations out of this training class as well to support doing another training class in the DFW area, to do one in the Houston area. I know our guys out in West Texas will probably like something as well, get something out there. Maybe a little bit smaller of a training class out that way. But we got to show them love out there too. So yeah, so that's coming up here on the 15th. I'll have a report on how well that went afterwards. I can submit that at the May meeting. So that's what we're doing for the training stuff right now. The post-election candidate survey. So I sent that out to everybody who ran, who was actually on the ballot for last term. The ones that got kicked off, they didn't have a campaign to put there. Of the individuals I sent it to, we had just checked this morning, 61% open rate, and 1 person has filled out the survey. So it's very hard to do a candidate feedback on how their campaign went when they don't participate. Yes.
I don't know if I received it, but I'd be happy to do it. I just don't know. I don't remember getting that. So.
Okay. Yeah, I'll double check and see if it shows that you opened it.
I changed
positions I was running for in the middle because of that from
Right.
out, so I don't know if that affected your list or not.
No, if you pulled everything out of Nation Builder, so whatever your email addresses are in Nation Builder, it sends an email there. It may have gotten into the junk
It
folder.
would just be on bad at reading my email, but either way.
I'm not going to comment on that. We will be trying to do this more often, especially after this the May election. Anything that happens in this November as well, we'll be reaching out to any candidates there. Next section. So City Council School Board races for May. So as to my knowledge, we have at least 4, maybe 5 candidates that are running for City Council or School Board in Texas. I've spoken to several of them so far. Ted has been doing a lot of great work reaching out to candidates or individuals to see if they're interested in running and what we can do. We've already worked on putting out a website for one of the candidates running down in San Antonio. It's an addition to Chris Becker. So there's 2 libertarians running for City Council down in San Antonio this year.
Fantastic.
And I know we also have a number of individuals that are either running for City Council that or are interested in running for campaigns that will be attending the training on the 15th. So the filing date for running for local races this year is February 14th. So it's the day right after that. So we'll know people who are currently running. They won't be that far out of the gate as well as far in the election cycle there. So hopefully they can take a lot of information from that training and bring it to their actual campaigns that they're running this May. And then, yeah, looking ahead here. So we're going to be, after this training, we're going to do at least one more. Hopefully we can get a couple more trainings throughout the year. We'll definitely be working on recruiting candidates to run for at least statewide races for 2026, keep the ballot access up. And hopefully we can get a lot more individuals who go through training, who are looking for help to run campaigns in 2026. And it's a gubernatorial year. It's a big year for us. It's not a presidential year, so it's not as glamorous, but at the state level, it should be one of our top priorities for getting candidates out there and getting in front of everybody. Any questions?
Quick point of information. So on the city council and school board races, how are you, can you walk me through that process on how you're going through and identifying those individuals? Are you pulling in the county affiliates or the SLEC reps in those areas as well? Or how are you kind of running through?
So the initial reach out that we've done, it was individuals can go on to LPTexas, and I think the LP.org, and fill out I'm interested in running for an office. And we got a number of those individuals that I receive an email, Ted gets an email on those. Every time somebody fills one out and says, I'm interested in running for city council, I'm interested in running for school board, I'm interested in running for president. Some of those are not serious, but we are reaching out to those also through just talking to different county chairs, talking to other individuals in SLEC to find out who's running. People reach out to us and say, hey, I've got so and so, they're over in this city, they're looking to run, have them party help.
Okay, thank you.
But that is also one of, if I'm not mistaken, one of SLEC's responsibilities is to help find candidates.
Well, which is why I was kind of raising that question.
Yes. Is there any work being done? I mean, I know a lot of libertarians who want to run for U.S. Congress, and that's not necessarily practical for some of these individuals. Is there any? It's very expensive, and it's typically a large area with millions of voters. Is there any effort to sort of direct these people to more local elections that are more?
I have personally always been a fan of running locally. So once we start doing our 2026 candidate reaches, like I said, the primary goal is statewide candidates, ballot access, and then working with individuals and say, hey, I want to run for Congress. All right, well, what about state senate? What about state house? Maybe that'll be, you have a lot less people you have to work with. It's more locally focused, and the filing fees a lot lower. So we are going to try and direct those candidates to say, hey, maybe Congress isn't, what you want to run for, but try to run something within Texas. Did that answer the question? Any other questions? All right,
Mr. Wilford.
Yes, looking at the predicted times, the rest of the director Q&A reports, it looks like if we move those to in front of lunch, then we'll hit about when we expected lunch to be.
Right.
So I move to amend the agenda by moving the director Q&A that we have not yet reached in front of lunch.
Second. Any objection?
Are the directors ready? They okay?
I'm next, I'm good.
I don't hear any objection. So hearing no objection, that motion passes.
Well, not all of them could object
I object.
if they're not.
I second that objection.
What's that? Right, but they don't get to object if they're not SLEC members.
Can y'all hear me back there?
Oh, and there's a button on the side.
Button on switch.
You turn it off when you're done.
Did you say close?
This is gonna take a bit. I have a lot to go over. Please, if I don't make it, give me 5 more minutes, but I'm going to do my best in this.
There goes lunch.
The first thing I would like to do is I would like to thank Anastasia and Nathan Polsky. We have the training tomorrow that we put together. If you don't know about it, I don't know where you've been because I've been hassling all of y'all on the forums constantly about it. As of right now, we do have 33 people signed up for it. We had a couple of people sponsor other people. John sponsored 2 tickets. Darren sponsored a ticket as well. I want to thank them specifically though, because when I had this idea to do this, it was going to come out of my discretionary budget. My discretionary budget was not large enough to cover this training. I called Anastasia first and said, hey, I've got this plan for this training. It's going to cover this stuff. I don't have enough discretionary budget. Would you be able to help me out? And she goes, take my whole discretionary budget. I think this is great. I think this will help the party immensely. Take all of it. I was like, I was only looking for like $250, but all right, I'll take it. It's not going to end up costing us as much as I thought we did because we sold so many tickets. It's offset what it's going to cost the party to do it. So we should be good on that. County-wise, we have, oh, and you can still sign up. So if you have not signed up yet, you still want to take that training. It is tomorrow in the same room, starts at 8 o'clock. And free lunch is provided with, it's $20. So free lunch is provided for that. No what?
No such thing as a free lunch.
Okay. You get a free training and a $20 lunch. We do have 57 affiliated counties now. The paperwork was just signed for Chambers in the last couple of days, so Chambers County is affiliated. We also have Lamar County that was affiliated. Nathan back there. And I touched on a couple of the counties that we are losing. It ended up happening after the last select meeting. We lost Coryell County, which is Nathan Phipps. Nathan Phipps moved to Dallas County and has been active, I've heard, in Dallas County. Yes. And then we lost Gavin, which a couple of y'all met Gavin. He showed up to a select meeting. He had a lot of enthusiasm and I was really excited. He ended up moving to Ohio, I believe. And I reached out to the chair of Ohio and got him plugged in their Libertarian Party up there. So while he's not being, well, he's not here and helping us out, he is still within the Libertarian Party.
What county was he? What county was he?
Here? Oh, he was Kerr County. Kerr. So we did lose Coryell and Kerr County. The next thing I have is we put together the incentive program. Y'all were nice enough to pass that budget line item for me. In this since our last quarter, we were able to put together 5 banners for people who have gone through that first step to remind y'all of social media, attend to the online trainings, host an event somewhere. If you did that, we printed out a banner. You got to pick which one you wanted. So 5 counties did make that one. I would like to point out Nathan specifically for that. Well, Jeff first, because Jeff was the first one to do it. He was the first one to get the banner. And Nathan, because it took Nathan a total of 5 weeks in Lamar County to get his banner. He got affiliated. A couple days later, we had a training he showed up to. Within like a week and a half of him being affiliated, he held a table at a gun show. So I was surprised by that. So I do have banners to pass out.
I wanted to make a spectacle of it since the people put in a lot of work. I've got Jeff. This is you. Huh? Who's Jeff? Get up here.
Show us the banner.
A troublemaker, obviously.
The thing with Brazos County is they did come in, there was a problem with the banners, they're reprinting them. Jeff said he wanted the one that was the two that were messed up in the prior, so he gets two and I'll have to get him his one that they fixed when it comes in.
A messed up banner is better than no banner.
Yeah, they want to see the banner.
That one was his personal banner that he did himself, so it's different than the rest of them.
Oh, okay.
But that is his.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Okay, this is the banner that was one of the templates that everybody got to pick. And I will show you this one. Here, go to that side.
This is why I don't find this something.
Like this. It's funny because everybody chose.
This, yeah.
See, I thought I was the stupid
You
one.
see, I use edibles, yo.
Stop. All right, she's got it. The next one that we have.
Here, hand that one to me, I'll do it.
The next one, oh, there you go. The next one that we have is Bear County. JR is the chair, so he is not here. Carter doesn't really do much, but Austin is on the XCOM. So sit back down. I'm not giving you this banner. Doesn't do much.
Thank you. Having a connection over here.
This is the last one that we have, and it is Lamar County's banner. So Nathan, if you want to come grab it.
Make sure you get this.
The other part of the incentive program that was later added, and I talked about it in the last select meeting because it was requested, was the world's smallest political quizzes. A lot of counties wanted them. So we came up with, if you ran a candidate, you would get a world's smallest political quiz.
Yay!
Yeah.
They turned out very nice. I was very happy with these. Anybody who ran a candidate, and I have the list, I'll be calling you up to get them. Also, it was cheaper for us to order 25 of them than to order the 26 or the 16 that were needed. So I went ahead and ordered the 25, which means we have 9 extra. If you are a county chair or in a Senate district or whatever and you want one of these, we're selling them at cost for $5. Just make a $5 donation back to the party. You can take it home with you.
Or run a candidate.
Or run it. Well, it doesn't help now.
In May. In May.
Those are nonpartisan.
So we have Travis County. Ted. And if I give you one now, I also have a easel for you that'll hold it that I'll give to you after my report.
Nice, thank you.
I'm going to call a couple out at a time. Dallas, El Paso's not here. Williamson, Comel. Is anybody from Comel here? No? Okay.
Dallas.
Big D. Williamson. Guadalupe, Johnson, Blanco, she's not here. Cameron.
Thank you, Jay.
All right, I guess I'll take the. I'll take that honor.
Denton, Randall, Taylor, Harris.
Thank you, County. Sweet. I thought it would be bigger.
She said. Smallest?
Last one that we have are Lano
We already have one.
and Brazos.
The Harris one is bigger.
Harris is. And Jeff was, I believe, the only one to get both of them. So let's give Jeff a round of applause.
Oh.
And since we're talking about that and candidates, Brazos County was the only one to have a candidate get over 30% of the vote again. Mike Sutherland.
That's right.
I can't believe I finished this in 15 minutes. I thought it was going to take longer than that. Very good. Like I said, we do have extras, 9 of them. If you want one, I know Ginny claimed one and Polsky claimed one. Huh? Lord?
That's Polsky.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if y'all do want some for your counties or for whatever, hang it on your wall. I don't care what you do with them. We do have 9. Come talk to me. $5 donation to the party, and it is all yours.
Karen claimed one.
Okay, gotcha. Anyways, any questions for me, Billy?
Yeah, thanks so much. I appreciate the time that you put in and the detailed report, and congratulations on getting new counties affiliated. I will note that the loss of Coryell and Kerr County puts about 90,000 Texans out of having a Libertarian Party in their county. It's about 90,000 Texans that we can no longer help, and it impacts the representation in SD 24. Which both of those counties intersect with. Do we have SD 24?
Yeah.
All right. Fantastic. So I'd really like for all of us as SLEC and you as the director of this department to look into, reach out, take a look at those 2 counties and see what we can do to get them reaffiliated.
Yes, we have in Kerr County, there is a lead that I have of a former chair who used to be there. There was a little bit of a mix-up, and I have tried to reach out to him, and it's something I'm going to try to bring him back on as a chair. It's a long story, and I don't want to get into it, but it is something we are working on.
Jacob, I could possibly help you.
Perfect. Okay. I'll do the takeaways. The takeaways I have left, I'm sorry, I forgot to do this, and I will get to you and just Scott in just a second. We're still making calls every month. We have we brought on 2 new people to the team, Scott Peterson and Daniel Bledsoe, who wasn't able to make it here today. And I also, with the new org chart, we have a deputy director position that would basically be the person trained up to take over when I leave. And Lisa, Schlinkert, I believe. I'm going to murder that name. Lisa will be taking that deputy director position for me so that when I do leave, she would be the person to take over. If you don't know Lisa, she will be here tomorrow for the training, and she said later tonight she's amazing. She has been such a great help, and she's the glue that keeps the department together because she does all of the work I don't want to do. I would like, we're still having a couple of chairs that we haven't been able to get a hold of. People who aren't returning calls or their phone just rings and rings and there's no voicemail to take it. I will be getting in the next couple of weeks with the Senate district reps for those counties in hopes that y'all can try to touch out to them and get a hold of them. Also, just the last thing I have, the trainings that we do once a month, the ones coming up is going to be comms, the comms department. We'll be doing that one in February. We're going to have one on finding candidates, and then we're going to have somebody who's run for office come in for the one in April to talk about, okay, I'm a candidate now. This is what we need from the county party. And it'll give y'all an idea of the infrastructure and the help that they need so that you can make them successful. All of those trainings now, when you go to the LPTexas YouTube page, there is a playlist now of trainings. All of the trainings that we do, we'll go into that playlist. It'll be real easy for you to find, and it's all of our trainings that we've had, so you can just go back and watch them if you didn't get a chance to. That was all I had. Scott, you had your hand up?
I was just curious, the 2 counties that were unaffiliated, were they only chairs? There was no vice chair, no EC?
Correct. Both of them had just been made chair. I think Gavin was there for I think both of them are there for just about 2 months, and then had things come up where they had to move out of the county, so they hadn't gotten a chance to really get the party up and moving there. Jenny.
I just want to say I'm a county chair also. I'm sure a lot of you guys are. But I really appreciate the personal phone calls that I get. It kind of like light a fire in my butt to be a better chair. But also it encourages me as an SC18 rep. I don't know about you guys, writing your reports for this quarter. I love to reach out to all of the chairs in my county, in my district, And those phone calls and the training, I've attended 2 of them and I found them both valuable. I feel heard when you ask me, hey, is there anything else you want to like learn about? I feel like some of those suggestions have been taken and then we have a training on it. So I'm very grateful for the work that you do.
And even as select reps or as Senate district reps, if y'all would like to see a training that you think would help you as a select rep or help the chair, I know a lot of y'all are chairs. So if I do have a training you'd like to see, reach out to me, shoot me a message. Y'all have my phone number. You can find me on Discord. I have a little bit of it everywhere. So reach out to me, let me know. We'll design a training for that because I can't come up with everything. I'm not going to think of all the things y'all do. So feel free to reach out to me so that we can put together those trainings. All right, the last thing I do have, and I promise you it's the last thing, we went through the storage locker when we moved everything over. We found a bunch of stuff. Somebody give me a minute.
Just keep talking.
Okay.
Just go.
Just keep
In the
talking.
back corner, there are books, t-shirts, pins, all kinds of stuff. That is for y'all. That is for to pass out to whoever. There's lots of it back there. Please don't make me take it back to the storage locker. Take a bunch of books, take a bunch of shirts. It's fine. It's free. It's yours. Go for it.
Sweet. Next up is Communications Deputy Director Sean Spartan.
All right, who here read the report? There's going to be a quiz afterwards, okay? All right. So I'd like to stress to everybody here that, can you hear me now? That we are successful if you like, follow, and subscribe. Yeah, okay. So the only way our social media presence grows is if y'all are out there sharing it. It has to have engagement. It has to have real engagement because if I go and do it, they know that I have the same IP address, and so it's I don't consider that real engagement. And please don't try to be keyboard warriors. I know that there are some people out there posting comments that make us all angry. And we all want to like shout at those people and tell them that they're idiots, but that doesn't win any hearts, right? And that's kind of what we're in the business of doing. We're trying to win minds and hearts, right? So keyboard warrioring doesn't work for that. Hopefully you read the report. Is there any questions that I can answer? This is more of a Q&A, so.
Point of personal privilege. I like the fact that a lot of the comms that y'all are pushing out on social media are actually branded with LPTexas on it, because some of that stuff, like for us to put on our personal pages or our professional pages, right? We don't have to worry about potentially robbing LPTexas of additional views, but we can also boost that from our own personal perspectives. We can throw additional funding behind that and so forth, and it doesn't necessarily go from LPTexas. So I do greatly appreciate the fact that y'all are putting the LPTexas brand on a lot of those images.
I don't know who was next. Jeff?
What did you say right before his question? Or remind me.
I hope you read the report. I'm going to add some questions.
Yeah, about the comments, keyboard warring and stuff. If you want to reply to some of those people, that's fine. Just reply with links to our website, our platform, because anybody who happens to be reading that argument will point them in the right direction, instead of just calling them idiots.
Right.
And it's that distracting too.
Because that way you have engagement, but you point them in a positive direction.
Yes.
I just want to take a moment. I meant to do this in my report, but the comms department has been absolutely clutch in all of our legislative efforts, both sharing posts, building the website. It looks fantastic, so thank you for that. I know there was a lot of custom stuff that made that a pain in the ass, but it looks amazing, and we couldn't have done it without you. So thank you.
Any other questions? You're good.
The one last thing I would like to say, if there's something going on locally, whether it's, an injustice, an activity, activism, events, whatever, be sure to reach out to us and let us know so that we can share it through social media. right? Because we can, boost your voice hopefully and let other people know what's going on.
Tell them where they could reach us.
Yeah, how do we do
Where
that?
can they reach us, Amanda?
They can, if they want it in the newsletter, they can go newsletter@lptexas.org.
Oh yeah, so there's the newsletter at lptexas.org. Make sure you have that in by the 20th of each month, or it will be in next month, right? And we do occasionally make exceptions, but I want it to be the exception, not the rule, right? And then what are the other ways?
You can tag us on the Discord.
Yeah, tag us on
Communications
Discord.
Department or communications@lptexas.org.
Yes.
The whole team gets the email.
Yes, so communications@lptexas.org, or you can tag us on Discord. Be sure to post things in the photos Discord channel. We do see those, and we can share those. And then,
Post on your local social media and tag us in that too.
yes, tag us on social media. No more questions? You all made it easy. Thank you.
Sure.
Hey, Gab.
Howdy.
Before we do anything, I've been looking at this all day, and I just wanted to highlight that we actually did this. Would have happened, I don't think, if we hadn't been yelling about it for these years. So, holding that up for the camera. All right. I'm going to keep this as short and sweet as possible because I believe there's going to be questions. And I'll also, I think I have 10 minutes for my report and 10 minutes for the motion. Which would y'all like to do first? Report. Okay. So the report is pretty standard. My department runs pretty much automatically doing the needs that the party needs, maintaining lists, adding people to the email list for counties, distributions, committee distributions, etc. So website adjustments and stuff like that. That stuff works pretty flawlessly. I'm pretty happy that the services that we're doing with Nation Builder are starting to be picked up by individuals in actual departments, and they're doing their own work with these tools. I love to see it. I don't want to be the Bogart for these tools. I want everyone to be able to use them as they need. The big thing that I want to highlight is our usage on G Suite. We had until a couple days ago 32 site licenses, which cost $6 a month per license. I'm very reticent to increase this number because Google likes to take our money and not give it back. So we can add to the site licenses that we use, and then we pay for them infinitum. We cannot remove those. So I try to recycle licenses that are not being used. People have been logged into the system very long. I go through and I confirm like, hey, I want your spot back, and I give it to someone who will use it. So I try to get as stingy as possible with our actual licenses. We are at our max. To add one more to get Scott Talley his to address our to spend for additional licenses as needed. But I try to recycle anyone that I can reclaim from our current pool whenever possible, because I don't want to grab that number of our dedicated expenses. Like, I'd rather keep to what we are actually currently spending. Google sent us a message about cost increase. In March 17th, our site licenses are going $6 a month to $7 a month. It's about 14% increase in that. So those two items, one to give us an additional cushion for licenses as needed, and also to address the cost increase that's going to be going up across to now 33 licenses moving forward. So that's the big item that needs our attention. I also wanted to take some time to address security questions that were brought up last quarter by Billy regarding Discord. There have certainly been some major incidences with Discord. There was a data breach that happened in March of 2023. That was a very minimal data breach, actually. There were two data breaches. One was Discord.io, which is a completely separate company, completely separate service, had nothing to do with Discord app, which we're using for our chat. The Discord app breach was 160 users. Total. They caught it in a couple minutes and shut it down, and that makes me very happy about their security attention. The other areas that the biggest threat to Discord was basically a spy bot ring that got shut down about November of the same year, 2023. It was called Spy.pet. That one was harvesting messages off of public Discord servers. Basically, any server that you could run publicly, hidden publicly through vetting processes and seeing whatever was allowed based on the permissions you were given as a user. So Discord has shut that down. Of their terms of basically scraping that didn't allow that. It wasn't necessarily a security breach. It was just someone using the system to use bots to scrape data off the platform. But it only affected what data was publicly available. Anything that we put permissions on within Discord is very safe. It would actually require a breach of Discord infrastructure directly to get access to that stuff. And from what I've seen, they seem to be pretty on top of that. So I think we're pretty safe with what we're using in Discord. Outside of that, so I'm still working on Vault Warden. The biggest thing I want to address is we're still trying to iron out issues with our Zapier integration. I think for membership donations and stuff like that, the books they get added pretty routinely. The directed donations for legislative action and the legal fund, that's probably our there's errors. The integration for QuickBooks, Zapier, and Nation, not Nation Builder side so much as Zapier and QuickBooks. They're speaking to our language and it makes it really hard to match up which accounts we are directing the deposits to. So we're still working on that, and I hope to get that ironed out as much as possible. So that's the gist of my report. Before we go to the motion, are there any questions?
Yep. Billy Pierce, SD7. I want to thank you very publicly and sincerely for digging into Discord and doing an evaluation of the security there. I genuinely feel better about us using it as a team after you spent some time, honestly digging into it and looking into it. I genuinely appreciate it. Thank you so very much. I understand that we're about to discuss a motion regarding the Google Workspace, so that we can understand this in context. Can you give us a quick rundown of what these Google Workspace licenses are? What do we use them for, and what are we able to do because we have those? Or is that part of the motion? Would you rather address it in that?
That is not part of the motion. I could address that in the motion.
Motion to extend for 10 minutes.
That's not time. That's not time. That's an alarm. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Almost 3 minutes.
2 minutes. So yes, the Google Workspace, the primary use that we're getting out of Google Workspace is email addresses for the LPTexas.org domain. So we're using it for all of our staff volunteer. Dedicated accounts for the chair. Well, I need to set those up as one of the things of the site licenses that I need. The chair, the vice chair, and specifically events and treasurer email accounts, because we want to make sure that any kind of data that comes in or communications that comes into those officer roles, that we keep those when the acting officer gets changed out. We've lost some stuff in the past and want to have dedicated stuff moving forward. So it's email addresses is the big thing. It is also facilitating our distribution list. So all of our county distribution lists, officer committee distribution lists, our departmental distribution lists, are all through Google Workspace. It also gives us a lot of storage, Google Drive storage for documents, which we're using currently for sharing our documents on the website. So anything that we need to link to that is public, those are coming off Google Drives storage space in the Google. And then document sharing between officers. So any kind of reports that we're generating, documents, the Google Sheets documents, any kind of data that we're generating for internal work is shared easily through the same kind of Google Drive mechanism that we're using for public.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's the things. I don't think we're using everything that G Suite offers us. They offer more than we need. So
thanks.
I have a track of who next. So.
I think it was John and then Sean.
I'll try to make it quick. You mentioned briefly that G Suite wants to take our money and let's reduce our licenses. I am not at all disputing that that is fact. It just seems wild to me. So I guess my question is, like catastrophic financial failure, and we're like chucking things out. We gotta cut funds. What would be the process for us to say we can't spend as much here? Would we get rid of everything or we add them or what?
I actually don't know the answer to that directly. I believe that the reason for our licenses only going up in one direction and not down in the other is because of an annual contractual relationship we have with Google for our specific account. I think if we wanted to be able to change that, we would have to renegotiate our current contract or go to month, which would change our base user fee. So I think we're locked in because we have the annual subscription and we're committing to that and we're getting a price reduction.
Are we like grandfathered in on like an older price list or something? Or
I think we're grandfathered in as much as banks and getting interest rates on our savings accounts is grandfathered in. So.
Okay, that's time on this. We're ready to move to the motion.
Did you want a motion to question, Sean, or you want?
I want motion for 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Second.
Motion for 2 minutes. Got a second? Any objection to 2 minutes? Okay, 2 more minutes.
Has the IT department reviewed what Google is using Gemini AI and how that might be used to train their models on our data?
I have not looked at Gemini AI at all.
It is active on our Google workspaces.
It is, yeah. In fact, I've been harassed on it every time I have to sign into someone's account. It pops the helpful wizard, which I've seen about 20 times now. I have not looked into it for. I don't know which data specifically you're speaking of. We have, the data that's readily accessible in Google is the stuff that's in our drives and our email data. I would need to look and see if we can feed anything else in there. Personally speaking, I want to be very careful about what data we do give Google, because as far as security concerns are, just giving information to Google is unwise, without knowing exactly what limitations they agree to protect the data that we're giving them and what data we're specifically giving them. So I do think that I'm a big fan of using AI for pattern recognition and getting insights into whatever data that we do have. I think we should be using it as much as possible, but we do need to be selective about where and how we're doing that. But I think it's worth looking into that. Yes.
Address your question. Okay, then we should be able to move to the motion at this point.
The motion is very simple. It's I've already highlighted it. We are at March 17th. We have a price increase of $1 per month per account, per seat license, which is currently $33 a month. It's about $380. I've written it down actually.
$320.
So for the remaining 10 months is $320 to cover the price increase on what we're currently using. And then I'm asking for funds to be set aside. So 10 seat licenses will cost us, with the new pricing, $840 a year if we were to use all 10 licenses. This is an expense that is only going to be used if we need to add the licenses. So as I said, that I'm trying to use licenses that we can recycle as much as possible before we add new ones. I try to keep as much within our 33 seat license pool as possible. This is if we have to increase it on a site license by site license basis. It gives me the ability to do that as needed.
Second.
Yeah, so we have a second. We're going to call that speaking to his motion, and then we have a second. Is there any objection to passing this motion?
I have a request for information. before I can vote.
What is your request?
So you're requesting basically funds to be allocated so that you can add licenses when the need arises. Who owns that discretion? Where's that decision made, and how is that decision made?
The way it usually comes down to, I always check with the chair before I go ahead and expend money from the party. The first thing that I do is I go and I look at our pool and I look at our usage of the pool and I see who is a candidate for offering up their seat license to be reclaimed and then repurposed. That's the very first thing that I do, and I actually have a list of those right now. I'm going to be freeing up some site licenses coming up as soon as I can archive the data that's in those accounts and keep that data. So there will be some room to grow in and refill as needed. But as we grow and expand beyond what we're currently using and have to go that, I always do a check with the director and staff before I commit that.
I'd like to piggyback on that just to from my point of view. We've been through this iteration now a few times of going to look at who's, how long has it been since that person used their LPTexas address? Are they using the Google Suite, the Drive and stuff? And we've culled, and asked people to give up their seats, so he's been pretty parsimonious about adding these things only when we really are, we've run out of licenses to recycle. So it doesn't happen often, but we're
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. So based on that, I will object and propose I'll propose a small amendment when it's appropriate.
Okay, so we have a second and you're objecting. He's already spoken his motion. Would you like to?
Have a request for information?
Yeah.
Sure. So currently I'm on 2 committees. One of them I'm the secretary of, and to be honest with you, I don't know for sure that I have access to Google Drive for either one of those. And so how does that affect that?
Okay, so that's a good question. Google Drive is only accessible to people that actually have an LPTexas.org email address. So if you do not have a G Suite account, you can't access the LPTexas Google Drive storage space. We might.
Does it require a license? Is what I'm asking.
No, that's not right.
No.
I have access to it and I don't have a LPTexas
Yeah, same.
account.
Share a spreadsheet.
So what I'm saying is you can't access the space that's allocated for LPTexas. If you have a Google Drive account and a Google account, there is ability to share documents and folders across the Google Drive ecosystem. So we can hook you up on that basis, but for like the ability to store, use, and store data on the LPTexas space,
Which as a secretary I would have to do. So is there, right?
As long as somebody in the committee has access to LPTexas in the committee, then that person can be designated to be able to share and talk, cross-talk.
And both of Jack's committees are using LPTexas assets.
Yes, so we can have a folder shared for a Google Drive that you can read and write to.
Okay, so I would be able to, as the secretary, take documents and store them in that folder.
Correct.
Fantastic. That's all I need to know. Thank you. You had one up here first.
Is this a request for information?
Request for information.
Okay, what's your request? Okay, I'll go ahead.
So, with the new org chart, there's going to be additional staff members. Do we have a projected number of additional emails, accounts that will need to be set up with this new org chart?
Mr. Fanning, did you hear the question here?
Sorry.
With the
I can
change in
actually
the org.
respond to that. The 10 site license number.
Can I get your permission, please, to hold on just a second? I would like Mr. Fanning to answer, based on the changes in the org chart and our recruiting outlook, what do you see as like an immediate or like how many of these licenses are we going to need in the near future?
Very near future, the ones that he can reclaim will cover.
Okay.
Those are the ones that I know people are interested in a position. We've talked into it. They have an application, or in some cases, they're already on staff, have never previously had an email address, but now need access to tools or to send emails to customers. So what we've got right now can cover that. It's anything past that is where we're going to start getting into needing more licenses. As I pointed out, our development department's empty, those are definitely in need email addresses, so.
Yeah.
This is room to grow.
So the immediate need is covered, and then as we move forward in staffing the development department particularly,
Correct.
then we'll need another handful, maybe, hopefully.
Yeah.
Right. Does that answer your request for information?
Is there a number?
We can't predict the future.
No, I mean, we will.
I mean, we're budgeting X number. Okay. I think I'm outside of the request for information.
We're not gonna spend the money unless we have somebody that needs the address
Right,
to do
but
the
you
job.
have to approve the budget to be able to spend it. You
Right.
don't have to spend
Budget
it.
away money and not use it than to not have a budget and need it.
Correct.
The objective here is to create space for us to get to the end of the year without having to come back and ask for more money. That's it.
If we grow by more than 10 folks between now and the end of the year,
That would be a beautiful thing to have.
I would also be surprised.
Yeah.
I might be able
It'd be a pleasant surprise.
I might be able to speak to this a little just based on, past usage and the time that I've been managing this stuff. We've been able to stick, well, I think in the time that I've been working in this department since the coordinator and then the director, that's what, 2 years now. We've been in the 30, I started, I think we were at like 29 or 30 site licenses, and now we're at 33. So we've only grown by 3 site licenses in 3 years. We've been able to recycle and stay within that number pretty closely. People come and go in our organization pretty frequently.
The
So.
attrition. Right.
Yeah,
Okay, let me get to that other question.
That answered my question.
Okay, good. You have,
Yeah, can you bring up the actual language of the motion real quick? There we go. Okay. So, my Billy Pierce SD7, my only objection to this is that it be done responsibly and approved at the appropriate levels, and that we have a system in place for that approval and who can approve it and who can't. This is just putting some guardrails in place so that we don't get carried away. It sounds like it's being handled very professionally and has been for some time as a matter of custom. And I just want to, be able to codify that, a little bit. And so my amendment will be to add that new licenses shall be approved by the chair or executive director, and that all efforts to reclaim existing licenses or repurpose existing licenses will be made before adding new licenses. That's all.
Already in the policy.
Is that in?
Yes.
All right, there we go. So
It's already in there?
that's essentially, yes.
Approved
I
by
mean,
an officer
Yeah.
and a director.
directors don't.
typically that's, yeah, for any spending from the department.
Is
Yeah.
there a second on the motion?
Okay, yeah, if you're confident that that's part of the policy.
Yes.
Okay, great, then I'm happy. Yeah.
So we can proceed to a vote on the main motion. Now, if you are in favor of passing this motion, please raise your hand.
Yeah.
And if you are opposed, raise your other hand. Okay, no, that's also unanimous. Motion passes.
Great.
And I understand it. Thank you, team. We are now in a position to recess for lunch, approximately when we were planning to anyway.
So moved.
We have a motion to recess
Orders
for
of the
lunch.
day.
Is there a second?
Second.
This doesn't require, we're just following orders, right?
That's right.
Yeah, it's time for lunch. So everybody, please be back by 1 o'clock.
On that laptop.
We will reassemble between 1 and 1 and
Everything should have that.
1:05.
Thank you.
You know what I'm not allowed to have these in my box. It's on. Okay. There we go.
There it is.
Can we still
Okay, so this is all trash.
No, there's not.
Sir, that is illegal in Texas.
Nothing's legal in Texas. Property tax. No, I know the address. Upper Lima.
I was just gonna go to, just go here.
I knew the number.
All right. It was all right.
I know.
All right, so while she's getting that up here, so Convention Planning Committee, we have, since we were founded or established in December.
CPC, it's like in the middle.
Convention Planning Committee.
Yeah, right there.
So we have met 4 times so far. We are meeting weekly, well, at least until we determine a location or a proper location for the venue, and SLEC gives their approval on that. Ironically, our total time for meeting was 4 hours and 20 minutes, and that was not by on purpose.
You're welcome.
Actually, I'd like to thank the planning committee for kind of scooting us along on the last meeting to actually get to that number.
We just needed 23 minutes to get that.
That's all we needed.
That's all we needed.
So hopefully everybody's read the report. It was pretty detailed in there, what we've done so far. As of today, we've sent out RFPs to over 60 different venue locations around Texas. Houston, we're waiting to hear back another 20 something from them as well. But as far as the way that the current voting on the website is going, those probably won't be seen. If anybody has not gone out to the 2026 convention suggestion webpage, we created that and set that up last month because we're in February now, where we are seeking input, suggestions, recommendations from not just SLEC and not just the committee, but all libertarians in Texas to kind of help guide us, because this is y'all's convention and their convention, it's not our convention. We have had a number of individuals that have left suggestions, guest speakers, themes, and a lot of comments and votes on different locations. I believe currently San Antonio is winning, but apparently no one's actually been to San Antonio to know how expensive it is there. So just set your bar there. But yeah, we are working on a number of things, entertainment, fundraising ideas. We're soliciting ideas again from members themselves, as well as just some things that we've been throwing around so far. Nothing is concrete at this point. We still have ways to go. And the current plan is to at least keep all of the suggestion pages open until SLEC votes on a venue, then we'll close that one. Obviously, because we don't need a venue selection suggestion page anymore. But the other ones we will keep open, as long as people want to keep giving suggestions, commenting on different ideas, as we continue to work on the process itself to come up with guest speakers, to come up with event ideas, to come up with things that people are interested in doing. Yeah, I think that's where we're at right now. Does anybody have any questions? I was not expecting that.
On
All
behalf
right.
On behalf of the Credentials Committee, we request that the CVV stuff badges and do all of the badging so that the credentials
You guys
not have to do that.
No. It is already in the RFP. It is in the basic of the RFP. It is a request. And that is something that we can, as a committee, nail down as we filter through the proposals that come through. So, and I would like to go ahead and add, if you're okay, Nathan, on one thing that we have done as a committee that was successful in 2018, the last time I was on a committee, is in order to not be very subjective and have individuals or factionalism within the committee, we have created a ranking system, objectively based, where each individual of the committee, we had 10 things that we listed, and then we rank them individually, and then we will take those, we'll take the rankings from the individuals, average them out, and that is the committee's ranking of being able to filter the proposals that come through. So we are trying to do this from a very objective standpoint in order to stay within the our main focus, which is have a successful convention that makes the party money.
Yeah, and to that regard, you know, as far as the number of RFPs or proposals back that we have received, you know, I said we sent 60. At least half of them came back saying, no, we're already booked. You guys need to book 2 years in advance, not less than a year in advance, or not a year in advance. So that is definitely something that we're going to be pushing towards, you know, once the convention ends in 2026. Is you guys need to start a new convention committee now to get this started for 2028.
Before the convention even starts.
Right. And then a lot of the other locations came back saying you have too many people in your RFP. We can't support that. So I know there's a motion later today to reduce the number of delegates, which we need to know as soon as possible. So hopefully either that passes or an amendment to that today passes, but we need to know what the final expected numbers to be so that we can then reach back out to all these venues. One, the ones that have already given us a proposal, so we can say, here's new numbers. And the ones that have denied before saying, you're too big, we can come back and say, all right, now we've got 200 people less or 300 people less or whatever the count is less. Can you support us now? And that will greatly increase the number of locations available to us. Yes, John.
Yes, I have 2 questions and a comment. First question being, I know that we always push for classroom seating, and quite often our potential delegates is far and away larger than our actual delegation. So has it been considered by the committee to push for theater style seating for the actual number of delegates we have, which will probably achieve classroom seating for the number of delegates we actually get? Has that been considered at all?
We haven't considered that in any of our meeting discussions. The theater seating options that we have on the RFP is specifically for like the debates or anything else like that, those types of venues. But for the main hall, it is classroom seating is what we're sending the RFP for. I don't know how well that would go over if we said we're going to do theater style instead of classroom and nobody has a table anymore.
I would like to answer that as somebody who did the 2020 convention in Big Spring, and it was literally in a theater. It can be done if that is what the will of SLEC is.
Yeah.
I have a request for information. Go ahead, John.
I was going to say my second question being, I've lost my train of thought, so I'll go into my comment. I know we had a very tumultuous road to get here, kind of unexpected the way things turned out. So I just want to thank everybody on the committee for stepping up.
John, if you haven't already, would you put that in the suggestions?
Theater style suggestions. Then there's the we have guest speakers, we have location, theme, and then there's like additional, like throw any random idea. I know we've got already one in there for silent auction as an option. So also anybody in here has not gone out to the webpage to voice your input, please go do so.
Where's that webpage?
The link for that, I don't have the link on me.
You type in 2026 LPTexas,
Yeah,
and you can find it.
I have posted the link on Discord in the announcements. And also, thanks to Jeff, We are sending out social media blasts every week to let people know you want to come help out with it, give suggestions to our convention. Here's how you do it. Go click the link there.
Why do I have to create an account? Oh, yeah. That to me seems bogus.
So the web page is built into Nation Builder, which is our LPTexas page. So creating an account, or if you already have an account, if you should already have an account if you're a donor, you'll be in Nation Builder. If you don't know what your password is, just do a forgot password. They'll send it to you. The requirements for that, there's two. One, so we know who's actually commenting on stuff. And two, it prevents people from creating anonymous accounts and going out there and just upvoting a specific idea to the moon and throwing off the numbers accurately. Any other questions? Yes.
Amanda had back there. I just had a comment that I've gotten to hear all of their meetings and they're actually very, very productive and I appreciate the hard work that they've done.
Where is your report? Maybe I'm missing it on the feed. I mean,
which report?
Your report. The
report is in the forums on the reports and agenda stuff. It was posted there.
CPC. Yes. Okay, I was looking for convention. Sorry.
Convention Planning Committee.
CPC. Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes, Kate.
Something I would like to add in the next steps is this week I am going to LibertyCon in the hopes to recruit new speakers that these events have brought out from the woodworks because of the state of things. And I'm really excited to add to my portfolio of potential speakers for this convention that might be fresh, exciting, and within our budget.
Yay!
Yes. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Polsky. Mr. Dar with the LNC report.
I got questions. Put me on that list.
Taking free
Since it's the spot, I thought I'd just embrace my basic back and forth. I like to do anyways. Lower it a little bit. Is that perfect now?
Yes. About right here.
About right here.
Okay, there you go.
Anybody have a corkscrew?
It's very loud.
Awesome. Sorry about that.
That's good.
Yes.
Don't want to have any feedback going on.
All right, so my report is in the forums there. That kept to the dry details for all of you. Followed up with that to a link to the latest membership, the report that just posted a couple hours after I had posted that yesterday for y'all. Sorry on the lateness on that. There's been a lot going on lately, as many of you probably have questions about on the LNC. Let me see, there's also a discussion on the forums asking about some details there, and I will not be commenting further than those details there as I've been advised to do at this time. I'm sorry that I can't go beyond that right now. There'll be further discussion and talks, and those with access can see that there. Other events that have happened lately, I've had several conversations with the Honorable Justin Amash, and have had a wonderful time being able to talk to him and the opportunity to place himself as an opportunity for chair. Is not yet committed at this time, unfortunately. I'll be talking to him later this evening about some of those details. So we'll see how that goes. There's much Discord is anything going on, not the app, but the actual Discord going on within the LNC, of course, right now. Trying to navigate that the best I can. Mr. Heyman was asked to resign today from his Region 1 spot, and he has. Just saw that happen. Lot of pressure going around for different things. A lot of friends that were formerly friends. It's a difficult time, but people are talking to me right now as an individual that can moderate between some different individuals within the LNC. I'll just open it up to questions at this time. Yes.
I had Kevin and I see Mr. Wilford.
Okay, sorry. I'll wait.
All right. I'll try to tread nicely here. What is your feeling that the LNC will actually do a real investigation, and outside of the LNC doing it, having someone else do it, a third party? Because at this point, I don't think we can trust anybody in the LNC.
Except Paul.
Except Paul.
Except for Paul.
Paul's the exception.
There are a couple of us that were kept on the outside of things, and I'll talk to further that further as this shakes out. There are two motions that are out there. One passed for having the investigator, the committee, and that was for just LNC members. There's a second motion for tomorrow, conditional one, removing that committee, but adding another that has one member that is not on the LNC. That is the concession I was able to get from talking to other members that I believe will pass.
Okay.
In addition to that, I believe I have enough interest talking to individuals that the members that were wanting to help fund having us have an external audit. That is viewed right now. The pushback I had previous to that was how our finances are currently to even be able to afford that. But if the membership is willing to help finance that happen, that is something I believe I can have pushed through with the other members there.
Okay.
That would definitely help restore trust and provide information to the committee for everything that needs to go on there.
My second question is, how friendly is the LNC to Mr. Olash?
It ranges among the LNC members. There's some like myself that are, very friendly to him. I like hearing his ideas there. There are others that have, I had a group conversation with some others with him that are much more adversarial on the position. I won't say who because it's up to,
Right.
It's for everybody to decide on where they want to be.
Right.
And some of that could also be just them properly vetting him by giving some heavy criticism and pushback to see how he reacts under fire. So I don't know if that was just their interview process techniques or their personal opinion there.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so before my question, a quick comment. If a motion does go through to allow a non-LNC member, I would highly recommend our own Pat Dixon. He did so great on last. My question to you, Paul, I trust you a lot. In your work you've done, I think you've done a great job. I know there's a lot of details you can't divulge. I've been in that position. I know where you're standing. If you were to describe your general feeling about the future of the National Party, would you describe it as positive, negative, or neutral?
Good question.
Said
so much.
There is
You can
so
reserve the
much.
candid for later.
There's so much hinging on decisions that are made tomorrow and the success or not success of those decisions. And the members of the LNC will need to think on how that will impact the party. So there are definitely different candidates that would lead in radically different areas. Amash would go one way. Mr. Heiss would, of course, go a completely different way. And potentially other members of the LNC would go whatever way they would be setting for.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Wilford. Johnny, most of what I was interested in, but so I guess I'll just say thank you, Paul. You've been one of the best reps I've ever seen.
Thank you.
Billy Pierce, SD7. Thank you for your work, Paul. Appreciate it. And thank you for the report. So my focus is and always has been at the local and Texas level. The retail politics that take place at the national level are at best a distraction from the work that we're able to do locally, and at worst a serious detractor and waste. I'd like to understand from your perspective how what's going on at national either does or may impact us here in Texas.
So far, the trends I would indicate, the party overall has been having difficulty with membership. You can see that at the LNC level. You can see that with us here in Texas as a trailing indicator there, along with donations there. So the longer we have issues at that level, the longer it takes to come together as a committee, the greater negative impact you'll see here in the state. So I hope we'll be able to come to some compromises to bring the party together in a way that will allow us to rebound. Okay. So that'll be important. It'll be important to gain back the trust of membership to not impact,
even Texas, because I can see, as I've spoken to large donors that are typically donors to both Texas and national, their feelings towards national has impacted Texas, unfortunately, in some ways. Some of them you're able to overcome that. Those that are talking to those individuals, thank you very much for trying to help build those relationships. That is wonderful, and it'll help us here in Texas as we try to rebound. And I forgot to mention, I will be going to LibertyCon next week too. So decided, since I got sick and did not attend the last LNC meeting in person, I had to pull all of that out. And I was like, well, I have some money in my travel budget. Let me go to that and try to introduce myself to a few of these speakers and some of the other individuals that are there and talk about what partnerships we could have at the LNC level or with us here in Texas. So I wasn't sure if anyone else was going to make it there. Thanks, Paul.
Did not have anyone else in queue?
No one else?
Anyone else?
All right.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
Not in a good position. It's not easy to do.
Okay, according to our agenda, we're supposed to have a break now, since we moved 45 minutes into the morning session. Y'all want to go ahead and take a break, or does somebody have a motion to maybe change our orders and do a couple motions first? Mr. Wilford?
There we go.
Move to strike the break, move forward. We kind of do a recess.
Okay, so strike the break, motion to strike the break, and then when the appropriate time comes, somebody might request a bio break. We have a second. Anybody object to that? Thank you. Motion passes, and we're going to do some amendments. Starting with Mr. Biggins, motion.
I move that the Libertarian Party of Texas adopt the previously drafted resolution opposing the expansion of Guantanamo Bay and CIA black site prisons, with such adoption being triggered upon the signing of an executive order by the President of the United States or any formal action taken by a member of the President's cabinet to move forward with such an expansion.
Second. Does anybody object to this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes. Thank you. Next up is Mr. Dar. Mr. Dar. Precinct is over. I'm going to turn this over to you.
This time I'll look up here so that I can just look at my own laptop here. I have a feeling there's going to be some questions before I'll open up to questions before making the motion in this case. Would you be able to pull up the spreadsheet actually that I also linked to?
Yes, please.
I bet people are going to have questions.
Yeah, here.
Yeah.
I'm not as tall, yes.
There we go.
All right, so. Chris is going to find it in the pile of reports and links. I think it was on the first page. Since
Did you put yours in or did I put it?
you put it in. Oh, there
That
we
was
go.
the motion.
Nope, right above it, you have the calculation spreadsheet link.
Right there.
Right there.
Sit down.
Right in the middle.
No, in the body.
There,
Ah,
there you
okay.
go.
There.
Now everybody's pulling that.
What's our ratio number? I'll take it.
All right, so currently, just to speak to this before total questions here, I was placing the divisor for, all right, I took input from various executives from different counties that decided to contact me about how they thought their delegation numbers would be this time around, and from various individuals in the state that wanted to lower the total number of participants to right size our delegation to what will actually be showing up and to try to maximize convention space and have opportunities based on that, not to have an oversized number that we don't meet, but one closer to what we're expecting this year based on current attendance in the different counties and looking at last year's attendance as indicators there. So with the device, well, to explain how this all works, you add up the 2 statewide races that we've had this past year that
or Christie can correct me, we have 160 delegates in Corpus, correct? 157, somewhere along those lines? Okay. I'll throw out 160 and y'all can correct me later if I'm wrong, but I want to say it was somewhere right around there. Does it hurt us trying to find a venue that at 259 plus we'll see I'll be gaining probably somewhere around 265, 270? Does it hurt us financially for one by trying to find a venue that holds that many people and ensures that we don't have anywhere close to that many people come in? And two, on the opposite side, when you take a picture of the room and a third of the room is empty, and you now have it look like that the party isn't bringing in enough delegates to fill those spots. Do you think that will hurt us in the long run? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just doing the math here.
Right.
You can argue out the details, I'm sorry.
No, because RFPs go out as a suggestion, and there's the work of the commission planning committee to filter through. And then there is, like with this kind of stuff, we can go back and we can do proposals that, said we're not big enough, but we'd love to have you. And we're still in this window to accept proposals. So if this were to pass, we're within our window, the RFPs that we've been sending out, to go back and be like, hey, things have changed. Please send us a proposal that you were so happy you love to make, but we didn't want to waste your time. So at this stage, it will not hurt us financially at all.
Okay, so my question of that is, you wouldn't be able to actually pull that down to the 160 with this passing, to pull the request for pricing down to 160 until closer to the convention, because you wouldn't know until closer to the convention how many people are actually going to show up.
That is the risk of any convention that must take 18, 24 months to plan. You have to lock in a price with F&B and all that other stuff. But that is up to the convention planning committee to make sure that we meet that, but also meet that level, but also benefit the party. And that's so many determining factors that is on. Is everything okay?
What's happening?
What's happening?
Standing at ease.
Yeah.
Who is it? I don't know.
What's the?
Okay, for last convention, we elected 224 and 176 showed up.
Okay, so let's just call it 180. If 180 showed up last year in the presidential year, then should we actually try to take it down for the sake of the convention committee to be able to go into those like 200 seat venues? I think is that what you're asking? Yeah.
I do not think that is really, like I said, in the time frame of things that are happening with the RFP is really going to affect us, because we still have to go through the filtering of the RFPs. We still have that, and then we have to go through the detailed of it, and we're not locked in. So you can consider it, but I think that's going to be on an individual basis and where you find yourself. But it does not affect the convention planning committee at this stage. And I don't think it's going to affect anything, because we have not created any kind of budget proposal
or anything. And of course, that will all determine on what you guys decide or what we decide as SLEC going forward. We will adjust.
I'll mention the only way to do that is to substantially slash all of the large counties. So we have a minimum number in the bylaws for each small county. So that is a self-inflicted situation by our bylaws. I have been thinking of a way that we should make a bylaw amendment for maybe scaling this in the future, so that it's still proportional and still everybody's represented, but we don't have like a hard-coded minimum number there. So I see the concern there. It's just that once you get to that point, then you're asking a large county to only bring 3 to 5 delegates when then in the past time they were able to have, 25, 30.
So last time we had 308 apportioned delegates. This would take us to 259 apportioned delegates. Now, that's not saying who showed up, but that's how many were apportioned, was 308.
And I would say the Convention Planning Committee could always use a little bit of swag there to guess at their numbers there and plan for numbers that are appropriate for what we actually plan to come here.
Yeah, I would also like to point out, for a presidential convention, it typically should have been within the triangle. That was traditionally what we had done. That was not the case this time. And that is something that the committee is obviously taking into account, and something that we will be strongly suggesting for the next committee that is hopefully formed before this convention ever happens.
All right, we got a queue, guys. We got Jack, we got Carol, we got Billy, we got Renee, we got Joe.
I have two things. One is in response to Jacob's question, which has not been answered yet, actually. And I'm going to answer that as a member of the Convention Planning Committee. So his question had to do with actually the appearances of holding a convention in this big hall or whatever that's designed for 300 people in our RFP, and we only show up with 170. And does that negatively affect the optics of what it looks like we're doing? It looks like we have planned this big deal and nobody shows up. And my answer to that is yes and no. In one way, it looks like, hey, we're not getting anybody to come here. And in the second way, though, the opposite direction is that to me, it looks like, hey, we're planning for growth. And so that's all I have to say about that. My question has to do with the zeros that we have in total delegates for the different counties. And so please pardon my ignorance on how this works.
Highlighting is the ones that are currently affiliated counties. The zeros would be for ones that are currently unaffiliated counties.
So what you're telling me is that if
you go back to the main left-hand tab.
So if Anderson County were to reaffiliate between now and then it would go from 0 to 3.
Only the highlighted ones are the affiliated ones?
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
All right, we got Carol, then Billy, then Renee, then Aaron.
The middle tab sorted has only the affiliated counties.
Venue, 24's venue was a bit grand, but I also remember when the venue we had in Houston was tight. Not only do we have the delegates, we also have tons of participants there, of onlookers that want to see democracy and work. And it was tight. And if you remember, people that were needing access with their wheelchairs, they were not able to. So you get it too small, you may not be able to have those delegates that are needing access.
Okay, Billy?
Hey, Billy Pierce, SD7 and Harris County. So this will have a not small impact on us in Harris County. This is, I believe we take the biggest hit in terms of delegates, if not biggest, then doggone near close to it. And I can tell you that we don't take it lightly in Harris. It's not a small thing for us. We plan on, unlike last cycle, where we had folks who just out and out said, yeah, I can't go to Corpus Christi. It's expensive and there's not an easy way for me to get there. We had 8 people who said, when they were nominated to be delegates, raised their hands and said, please remove me from the list. I know I can't afford to go to Corpus Christi. eight people who otherwise would have been delegates. Now, I anticipate us filling this delegate apportionment and having at least a couple of folks who are alternates who show up ready to take over at somebody's lunch break. And actively engaged alternates is a good thing. All of that being said, knowing that it's going to hit us the hardest, I rise to speak in favor of this motion. For the following reasons. This distills the delegates to a point where being a delegate is now, instead of a expected thing, it's a privilege, right? And folks, to be the kind of person that will get nominated and elected to the very auspicious privilege of being a delegate for their county. And when folks win something like that, they value it at a greater level. They're more likely to read the reports, do the research, get to know the candidates, and take what we are doing there seriously. Lots of us have had the misfortune to present something to the body at convention and have questions asked from the body that are answered in the report, or that have absolutely nothing to do with the motion that's being made, because folks didn't read the material, didn't read the room. Making this something that they have to work to achieve, making this something that they get to brag about and say, yeah, I'm proud that I was elected in my county to go be a delegate at state, and means that they'll value it higher, they'll take it more seriously. Scarcity equals
value.
All right, and so while this is going to hit us in Harris County,
Have we moved this yet?
I haven't moved it yet. So
this is discussion.
The discussion to the technicalities of what's going on. And if you want to debate it, once I've moved it, then you can go ahead and debate. I believe that would.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Yes.
We have a minute and 16 seconds left on this item. We should probably move it and actually get into debate and do the thing.
So moved.
Second.
So,
can you please back on the?
okay, hold up. So somebody's moving your motion?
Yes.
Kate moved it, Jack just seconded.
Take 361, so moved.
Okay, motion is second.
Jack went for 31 seconds.
I think we're gonna still have debate on it. I think they're just trying to get
Yeah, we're
the
just moving
motion.
into debate. I think yeah.
We're running out of time.
Yeah,
we need to get
so
into
is there any objection to moving this? Motion carries, there's no objection.
No, you said, is there
No.
objection to moving it?
Moving it.
Moving it.
You say,
Yeah,
is there
just moving
objection?
it. We're not actually
Objection to
taking
the
it.
motion, that's what I meant.
Somebody want to amend or anything like that?
If you want to have debate, object.
You want to have debate?
Thank you, okay, so we're now moving into debate.
He's on the list.
Do you want to speak to your, I feel like we've spoken to the motion, do you want to speak to your objection?
It was more of a question.
Okay.
Okay.
It's Renee.
We've got Renee, Aaron, John, Kate, and Sean.
Wait, it was already on the list?
Yeah.
From the committee.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Who the next person in the queue is against?
We have we're out of time, okay, first somebody has to extend time by 10 minutes. Second, is there an objection of extending for 10
Manny
minutes?
Gibbs.
Okay,
Yeah, 11, motion to extend time by 10 minutes.
Second.
right, second, is there any objection? No, there's no objection, so we're extending for 10 minutes. Let me explain something. Mr. Wilford will, I'm sure, indicate if I'm doing this wrong. But we've catch up. But we just had a rather extended discussion about what we're trying to do here that took up all the time allotted for this matter. And then the suggestion was made that we go ahead and move this, since we're kind of moving into debate anyway. And it was moved and seconded. And we are now in debate. Like, Q&A time is over. We are debating the motion. And so if somebody doesn't want this to pass, does somebody want to speak in opposition to this motion?
It should be the person who objected.
And that would be Renee.
Okay, no.
I have a point of personal
Do
privilege.
you want to say something in opposition to this motion?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yes, Renee Perez, SD 22.
Yeah, always with the name and the Senate district, please. I should have mentioned that at the beginning of this meeting. Always name and district, yeah.
Mr. Chair, point of order, there's a point of information request.
Who has a request for information?
Personal.
Point of personal
Oh,
privilege,
sorry,
I was
beg
just
your
gonna ask if some of the side chatter can be
Give
toned
me
down a little
Yes,
bit.
please.
Bingo.
Okay, quiet in the room as we listen to Mr. Perez state his objection or argue his objection. Speak in favor.
My objection simply comes from, not feeling I have enough information to be able to make, an assessment whether or not this is a good enough divisor, because I would like to know what relationship or relationships that have been identified between, I believe, our best attended state convention in 2018 that Carol spoke to versus now. I assume there are some relationships. I just haven't heard them stated, or perhaps I missed them.
Okay, well, we're gonna all learn together as I try to map this out. We are debating a motion that's on the floor, and you're saying you would vote against this motion because you don't feel like you have enough information yet, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does anybody want to speak for the motion? Mr. Wilford?
Yes, now I think a lot of work has gone into this. I think a lot of balancing between various viewpoints has gone into this, but I think this sets the convention committee up for success. So for those reasons, I support this motion. I would also like to call the question.
Here, here.
Is there a second to call this question?
Second.
Is there any objection to going to a vote? I don't hear an objection, so we're gonna go ahead and vote this motion. If you're in favor of passing this motion, please raise your hand. Makes it easier on me. If you're opposed, raise your hand. That motion passes. Thank you. All right. We're looking for Ms. Coward.
Okay.
Mr. Wilford.
I am simply trying to hop in the queue for this motion.
Who's gonna have to, you want me to?
That would be you, 'cause I can't read it.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Mr.
One
Wilford,
moment, one more.
Okay. Take it away.
All right.
Okay, so we have a motion here to create a committee on reviewing our policy manual and making proposed changes. Policy manual needs an overhaul. It's a little outdated. We have some ideas that we want to put forth out there. So what we are saying is, be it moved that LPTexas establishes a policy committee charged with reviewing our existing policy manual and proposing changes for consideration by SLEC. The committee will consist of up to 5 members, with LPTexas vice chair and executive director filling 2 of those, and the other 3 being filled among applicants who have interest in serving on the committee using approval voting, in which winners are determined by being the highest vote getters and receiving votes in favor from a majority of ballots cast, including empty ballots.
You have a request?
He wants me in the queue.
Okay.
So we have
Second.
Mr. Wilson.
Are we doing discussion? You want to move it?
Yeah, I'm moving it.
Second.
We have a second. Is there any objection to passing this motion?
Objection.
Objection. Okay. He's already lined out the case. Who's going to speak against this motion?
Normally the objector speaks first, but I would like to be in the queue after him.
Okay.
I just, no doubt. It's not described in the motion.
So do you have an amendment you want to propose?
I would leave it to my more learned colleague.
Seriously, guys, we're gonna get better. He's not gonna vote for this unless somebody puts no in it. So, Mr. Wilford.
Yeah, so I actually have an amendment for this. There was a previous idea floated, and the bylaws committee just take this over. And in preparation for that, the bylaws committee has already started looking at and working on this. I then went and talked to Ms. Cohort. I spoke to Carter, and I've spoken to a few members of the bylaws committee, and they're all okay with the amendment I'm about to propose.
Okay.
So I would like to strike everything including and after applicants who have indicated, so that whole last part of it, and insert bylaws committee to be selected by the bylaws committee chair. So the full motion would read, be it moved that LPTexas establishes a policy committee charged with reviewing our existing policy manual and proposing changes for consideration by SLEC. The committee will consist of up to 5 members, with the LPTexas Vice Chair and Executive Director filling 2 of those positions, and the other 3 being filled from among the Bylaws Committee to be selected by the Bylaws Committee Chair.
Okay, okay, cool. Hold on a second. Did everybody hear that? Everybody understands? We have a second.
I need to read it.
John, can you send it to me?
And now we have a projection that was heard first from Mr. Pierce. Would you like to, while she's getting that up there, would you like to speak to your objection?
Absolutely. John, while I admire the expediency of this and the getting it done and the avoiding the burden on this body of populating the committee and counting votes and that stuff, I object to that, and I'll speak against that amendment because at the time that committee, that bylaws committee was filled, I stood up and talked to this body about the cautioning this body of filling that committee with people who were who had the qualifications, the aptitude, and the skill set needed to modify our bylaws. And while bylaws and policy sound very similar, they are very different. One is guidelines, one is means of execution. There is a conspicuous difference on those, and the policy has to fit within the bylaws, but not the bylaws within the policy. There is a reason that we have 2 documents, right? It's a separation of powers issue in the way that we administer it. And I feel very strongly that they should be kept separate for a myriad of reasons. I am going to speak in favor of the overall motion. I think that us doing this is appropriate, but I'd like to see it done by another body of folks who is elected by this body for the specific task at hand. I want to keep this specific to the task that they're doing, so that it's not diluted.
Okay. Were you asking to say something? Does anybody else want to speak for this amendment?
I want to be in the queue, but I think others have.
Yeah, anybody besides John want to speak for the amendment? Not really hearing anything. Did you want to say?
Yeah.
Respond to his.
I actually think that the case for this is quite apparent. So I'm not going to argue the case a lot, but I do want to correct a few things that were said before. And I stand in a unique position to do that, as I was the one who wrote the bylaw that created the policy manual. So the exact reasoning that we created the policy manual back in the day is it is like the last bylaw in there, and it's something about continuing effect. I have to look it up, but basically what it says in a nutshell is anything this body does at the end of our term, so at the end of convention, gets deleted. Every single thing we do gets deleted. So that means, technically, we come in and we create a position or an org chart. The org chart's deleted. The position's deleted. The budget is deleted at the end of convention. And we saw a need. For a while, we operated by ignoring that. Kurt Hildebrand was actually the one who went in our bylaws and said, wait a minute, this is crazy. And we saw a need for a different document that would have continuing effect. We saw the purpose of deleting everything the previous body did and let the new body start afresh. We said some things just really don't make sense to start over every term. So the exact purpose of the policy manual was to fill the gap of things that need to persist between bodies. The second thing he said that I'm actually going to agree with fervently is that some things belong in policy. For instance, a motion that could not already pass by a majority vote cannot inherently be part of policy because policy takes a majority vote to pass. That's a fundamental rule of Roberts. I think there are a lot of people who have good ideas about stuff that's done in the party, but may not have the background to know whether that properly belongs in the policy manual, in the bylaws of SLEC, in the LPTexas bylaws, or something in the future that we're trying to create, which would be the parliamentary rules of the convention, we're hoping to create that this term. So all those documents do have a place, they have different thresholds, they have different things they can do. I believe the individuals who have been working on bylaws, and I've already spoken, it's going to be a lot of tenured individuals who are going to be appointed, are the ones who are already well poised to know what belongs well and separate those things well. So that's why I think this is going to be a good solution of individuals.
Mr. Chair, if there's nobody in queue for the amendment, I'd like to speak. Is there anybody in queue for the amendment? And I'm in queue for the other.
Next.
Okay, so I call a question.
Thank you. I think, yeah, we've heard good arguments on both sides of this. We can go ahead and vote. There's a second. Anybody object to voting?
This is on the amendment, right?
On the amendment to the motion that would make it, fill the committee from the bylaws committee. All right. Everybody in favor of making that amendment, please raise your hand.
Voting on the amendment.
We're voting on the amendment to the, about restricting the selection of the other policy manual committee members to existing bylaws members for reasons. Yeah. Okay, let's do it again. If you want to make this amendment, raise your hand. If you would rather not make this amendment, raise your hand. Oh, shit.
There's a lot of moving hands in that one.
Okay. If you want to make this amendment, raise your hand, please.
Okay. For the amendment.
For the amendment. For the amendment.
Yeah, pay attention.
Okay, if you don't want to pass this amendment, raise your hand. That fails. Okay, so we're not doing that. So now we're back in the main motion.
I'm also in queue for that.
Yeah, I'd like to be.
I had Sparkman Wilford, and then where are we now? Who's next? Jack?
Because I.
For information,
Okay, what's your request?
who would be the ones picking the three?
Us.
SLEC.
SLEC would vote for them, yes.
Okay, and
Yeah,
they
they
would.
We would
fill out
run our
applications?
drill of creating a form, an interest
Okay.
form that people can apply for, and then we vote for 3 people. And obviously, the qualification of being a pre-existing member of the bylaws committee is not a bar, as presently, we just, SLEC will decide.
Okay.
That seems to be the landing place for a lot of stuff.
There's a request for
And could that be
information.
done on the forum?
It could.
Okay.
Request for information, Billy Pierce, SD7. So with this motion, once the committee presents a committee report, I'm presuming, at the end of their work, and for amending and updating the policy manual, who is that? Is it going to be presented at convention for the convention body? Is it presented to SLEC for SLEC?
It's presented to SLEC.
It's presented to SLEC.
We're
Okay.
getting left for those.
Okay, and is there, do we have a timeline in mind for that?
Well, I mean, I think once the committee is formed and everything, we'll probably start meeting weekly, bi-weekly and everything. I don't know if we have an exact timeline ironed out right at this time.
Okay.
I would have to say, I would estimate a few months.
Okay, thank you.
Who's next in queue, please?
Mr. Roberts?
Is there a queue still, or?
Yeah, I'm in quew.
Okay.
Have been for a long time for this.
Jack, and then Joe, anybody else that I need to know about? Speak about this. Okay, Jack.
So I shouldn't be ignorant of this, but I'm gonna expose myself anyway. This particular policy committee, do those apply to SLEC and the staff both? Do they include both?
Can I answer that?
Please do.
Policy committee?
Policy manual.
Yeah.
Policy.
The things written in the policy manual have the exact same effective force of a motion of select. It is a continued motion of select. So anything that a motion of select could affect, the policy manual can affect.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Controls operations of the party. Falls on staff mostly to execute all that stuff, right? Yeah.
Right.
Okay, Mr. Roberts.
I'd like to call the question.
Thank you. Got a second? Any objection? Going to vote now on this motion. Who wants to pass this motion? Thank you. Anybody not want to pass this motion? Go team. All right, we have the policy meeting.
Where are we? SLEC Communications, Mr. Wilford. So
Still possible. Back of you, I suck at it.
I'm on it. I appreciate you doing that while I was up there.
Trying.
I'm working on it, John.
Okay.
All right, do you see yours on my thing? Otherwise I gotta go back over to the forum, because not all mine uploaded, right?
It's not there now.
Okay, then it goes over here.
Yeah, I think it's.
Oh, we got a few minutes left.
Do you want me to time you, or do you have a timer?
I have a timer set.
Okay, okay. No, you got it. You got it. I kind of suck at that.
It's not in this thread. I have a separate thread. I think it was request for time on the agenda or something was the.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it was like the first.
Yeah, he had.
There you go.
First
There we go. There we go.
Oh, yeah, that's not gonna. All right, hang on, I gotta go back over to this one. Gotta pull it up over here. All right.
Okay. Y'all can see the motion on screen. I'm gonna go over really quickly the effect of this motion. If y'all want it read, I'll be happy to read it. Oh, I'm still. There we go.
Bam.
Okay.
Can you put some line breaks in there?
Give me a second. Chill.
Now.
There we go.
We get a round of applause for the secretary.
I'm like, hang on. I'm copying and pasting as fast as I can. Okay, we're good.
Okay, can you put one right before 5.3? No.
Okay.
The end of the first line past that. Up and to the right. It's fine. I'll just read it from here. Okay, so the effect of this motion would be to create a public read-only access for communication channels sponsored by SLEC. This would amend the policy manual, and it's not going, so there's some questions that have come up about would the convention committee be required to do all their business in public because they may have some things going on, they can do it private. This does not require any of the committees to use those channels. If the committees feel something is sensitive, or we have something we need to discuss in executive session, this does not change that. This just means that if there is a channel that LPTexas provides to those committees, that it's read-only access to the public so they can see the discourse. The main reason that I'm wanting this is I have seen, particularly on SLEC, some of the side channels drift in and out of debate that should really be done publicly. And so this would solve that issue, because if we drift into debate on those channels, they're now read-only also, so they can be seen by the public. So with that said, I move what's on screen.
Great. Have a motion and a second. Is there any objection to adding this to the policy manual?
I have an amendment.
Request for information.
So object.
What's your
I
request?
object, yeah.
Object.
I'll object to hear the amendment.
Yeah, I'd really like to see an enumeration of which assets are impacted by this, and which, so that we understand what's impacted and what's not.
Yeah, so can we actually go to the PDF version real quick, because it's broken out a little bit better for readability. Yep. So the main assets that will be affected.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chair, can you step?
Yeah.
Certainly.
The main assets that will be affected are the Discord chat channel for SLEC, the committee channels, so bylaws committee, convention committee, platform, all those that are on Discord. So between SLEC, committees of SLEC. So if we decide to create a committee in the future, let's say the policy committee actually would be a committee created by SLEC. And committees of the convention, so all those listed in our bylaws. Unless SLEC decided by 2/3 vote to exclude something. So if we had like an investigatory committee and we thought it was not appropriate for the public to read that, 2/3 vote, we could exclude that investigatory committee from this.
But am I understanding correctly that your answer is you've mentioned Discord and channels on Discord? is Discord the only thing that's impacted here, or are there other communications avenues and assets that are included that would be impacted by this?
Currently, and I'll turn to our IT director to confirm this, I'm not aware of any assets outside of Discord that would be affected. This is not because of the way the motion is written. There could be in the future assets outside of Discord that could be affected. I'm just not aware of any that exist that meet this criteria that aren't on Discord. Are you aware of any?
I am not aware of any of them now.
Yeah.
Okay. At you.
I'll have a request for information.
All right. Okay, almost.
Point of information,
Yes.
would the county channels or the other SD channels on Discord be open? Because obviously select members could use that to distribute information.
I'm not actually aware that Select is given broad access to those. I mean, they're given access to their own SD, but no, I don't think they would have even access to that too.
This is about SLEC business being conducted privately or publicly, so it affects SLEC.
Okay, so request for information, Kid Grader SD1. With this motion, does it also tie the hands that the committees must only use these channels because it is going to be read-only, or can the committee business or select business be conducted on other channels and that committee not be, I guess, penalized?
It explicitly does not, and I'm gonna tell you, currently that could be looked upon as a feature, especially with the example of the convention committee given. But the main reason I did not do that is not solely for that reason of the exclusions. I don't believe the policy manual has the right to bind their hands at this point. So it doesn't have the power to even do that if it was worded that way.
Thank you.
So
I just wanted to make sure that wasn't going to be like unforeseen consequence of adopting this.
I think I would require a bylaws amendment to do.
Mr. Chair, I have
Jesse
a point of order.
Point of order. What's your point?
So, first of all, just for the benefit of the room, Kate actually did it correctly under the new Robert's rules and said request for information. People still use point of information now. Secondly, it is customary if you have a request for to let it go.
It may be customary for some bodies, but
And debate is what happens.
so,
Okay. Jesse's next up in the queue.
do we have more in the queue?
Yes.
Two.
Yep.
Oh.
Jesse's
So
up.
I objected specifically on the grounds of the credentials committee. I brought this up in the forum, and it's true, like, we don't have to use the credentials committee channel in the Discord, but that keeps us from having to go and create that or something like that. We've already got a platform for that. Credentials committee is always going to be one of those things that not everybody needs to get to see. The credentials committee is dealing with sensitive information, delegate information. Two-thirds is going to be hidden. I would propose an amendment to just exclude the credentials committee from this. I have a hidden platform. I don't know that there's like sensitive data that's being dealt with there or anything, but the credentials committee is sensitive data, just be an evergreen exclusion and not something that's going to be subject to a 2/3 vote every term.
So are you moving to amend?
I'm moving to amend.
Okay, and you're moving to amend this motion to permanently exclude the credentials committee
channel
due to the sensitive nature of the information that they deal with. Second? Second. Does anybody object? That amendment passes. So we are either back in debate or.
We're in the queue and it's
Sean, are we against or for?
Well, we only have request for information, so.
Yes.
And I'll try to be brief.
You're not in the queue, sir.
Not this. I want to get us back into the more Roberts style debate of for, against. So while I respect the queue to the extent that it helps us guide, who raised their hand first, continue to ask for or against, and it'll be the next person for or against in the queue.
My question has to do with why this is necessary. Let staff.
This decision of staff, and maybe the executive director or staff in the room can tell me and throw a base here, but I think it is very unfair when we are the body that sets policy to go to staff and say it's your responsibility to make these determinations. On what is-
Do you think that they're incapable of doing that?
I think it's a position to the work that they're trying to do. We came here to be a political body, and these are the decisions we need to make. And they came here to do administrative work, and it's not fair for us to push all of it.
This is some regulating play.
Thank you.
in order to be able to communicate that at all.
Is that a question or you just?
So you oppose this motion because of the.
We've got Jack is next queue. You're done? Okay, so then Kate.
Go ahead and respond or see how this
I mean, it
goes.
doesn't seem like in the wording of it that we can do that.
The private forum is an exception to that.
Where does it say that? I can't. Andrew,
It is establishment of the private forum.
where,
Can I address where the exception is?
can Andrew step aside so I can read it while you say it?
So the exception to the private forum is that the private forum is spelled out our bylaws, which are a higher document to that. This cannot override anything in our bylaws. So if our bylaws said the exact opposite of this, this would be null and void.
I'm against contradictions. Even if it's overriding it, it doesn't make sense to pass something that, sorry.
motions be read-only? Or is it to the start date of
Uh-huh.
the motion being passed?
Yeah, I don't
I'm just putting it. So I'll repeat it. So how it would read is after the word unless, it would say designated as a matter of executive privilege, or, and then the otherwise. Unless, you need again? Designated as a matter of executive privilege, or comma, or if you want to be technical about it.
All right, should have a comma.
Kim?
Thank you.
Okay.
Or.
Okay.
All
right.
There you go. So that's what I put out there.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a second for this amendment to this motion. Is there any objection to this amendment? That passes. So we're now back at the main motion.
Okay, you'll roll.
Okay, and
Sorry, what?
Billy is next to you.
Side comment, sorry.
Mr. Pierce.
Billy Pierce, SD7. So, a quick cautionary tale, the reason that I rise to speak against this, and I'm in favor of the spirit of this in trying to shed some sunlight on conversations and behavior that devolves when you put it in the dark in the closet. And I'm in favor of anything that to professionalize the conduct of this body, including my own conduct.
Yeah.
Me too. So,
Too fast.
a cautionary tale here. They tried to force this on us at the credentials committee at National. And what I found
was we had to find sidebar ways to have conversations, because during the course of a working committee, people need to be free to say things and then change their minds. And in a political environment where we operate, if you say something and then someone convinces you to change your mind, it shows weakness in the eyes of many. It's that there's the potential for screen capturing and taking things out of context, or people are afraid to say something and workshop it for fear of everyone finding out that they were wrong. Oh, look at this. You know, Billy thought California should be turned upside down, that idiot. And, you know, and look at that. And so people operating in a more public venue on a committee that's supposed to be a working committee are going to either not say what they're thinking, or they're going to dig their heels in to defend their position and say, no, I'm not changing my mind. I can't change my mind. Everyone will see me change my mind, and they'll get stuck in where they are. And so what it did was it drove us out of the open channel, just back into the shadows. And so in working committees, I'm in favor of them having a private channel to conduct their work in order to work as a committee and change one another's mind. Now, when it comes to actually the work product of that committee, things like the reports, the meeting minutes, their proposals, the amendments to those proposals, all of that stuff, I am absolutely on board with it being there out in the public. And I will absolutely be a supporter of a code of conduct for the behavior of this body, including myself. I just want to bring to y'all's attention the chilling impact that this will have on the internal debate and conversations between committee members, and them being able to say something and workshop an idea in those now very open formats, so that they can be allowed to say something and then change their mind on it. And then general membership, is it party membership, membership of the Discord server, membership of the SLEC body? I'm just not sure what that means and how it's administered, just as a side quest. But please know that if we pass this, it will have a chilling effect on the work of our committees, and we're going to have sidebar conversations. This is going to drive them into a place, text messaging and signal chats and things like that, where we won't be able to find them if we have to do an investigation because something really bad happens. We're just going to drive them into the shadows. So be careful, or at least know the impact this is going to have.
We have Carol, Jeff, Jacob, and John, Kate.
Who's next speaking for this motion?
For this motion?
Yes.
Am I next? Because I'm for.
Okay, Carol, are you for? Or Jeff?
She's out.
She's out, okay. Jeff, are you speaking in favor? Okay, all right, so the next would be, four would be Jacob.
Right, so I am on SLEC, as the rest of y'all are. I answer to SD 17. The people who voted me in can just as easily recall me through our bylaws by the people who showed up to the convention to remove me. I think it is our responsibility to be transparent with the people who put us here. They voted for us. They had faith in us. We should give them the ability to see how hard we're working, what we're working on, if we're going with or against what the rest of the Senate District wants. Maybe I'm in favor of something that the Senate District is not in favor of. They should be able to have the transparency to see what I'm doing, whether or not it affects me now or it affects me in the next convention when I go to run for this spot again. Yes, y'all are stuck with me. But they should have the right, as the members of this party who elected us, to be there to see what we're doing, to see if we're working, to see if we're being serious, to see if we're being goofy. But they have the right to oversee us. And that's all this is putting in motion, is the right for them to see what the people they voted for are doing.
Not all the members of these committees are SLEC.
Billy, come on.
5 minutes and 28 seconds.
Okay.
All right.
Where are we against?
Carol was on the fence. Jeff was tentatively against, so I think Jeff.
I won't take much of that time. I think that Kate's amendment may have taken care of most of my objection, because I noticed that as the only member of both the 2026 and 2024 convention committees, that once that channel was open to the new membership, all the old communications was visible to those people. And the previous committee members may have done that communication with the understanding that that was a private channel and wouldn't be accessible to others. But this motion itself doesn't, even though it says the thing about going forward, it doesn't in any way direct that to be archived in a way where it's no longer accessible. So I still have that concern, just as a, and going forward, the other question I had was, is the policy manual, does it define what general membership is? That phrase, is that?
I believe this restricts itself to membership of whatever, like, we're talking about Discord here, it's who's in Discord. Like, it's not, that's
Anyone
what.
who is a member of the Discord server.
Member of the LPTexas Discord server, right? Or if it were for a Signal chat, whoever's a member of that. Or, no, that's a whole
I'll
different.
also transmit that to you also. I think there's a lot of other avenues that people can privately.
Let me just make sure that I'm hearing part of what you said, or you seem to be nervous about our ability to implement this the way we said we would. So are you suggesting that you want to amend this to provide expressly that existing channels would be archived?
Yeah, I know myself.
I think that's the understanding, but we can.
That I won't be able to come up with the proper wording for an amendment.
We got wordsmiths.
Do that, it would alleviate some of my concerns. I'll leave it at that.
I need somebody to move an amendment or else we'll just move on.
Request for information.
Hold on a second. We have a request for information.
So on our Discord server.
Yes.
Do we have members in there that are not a member of LPTexas?
Yes. It's not a requirement of the Discord server that you be a member of LPTexas to be in our server.
Yeah. So we have a request for information, and I'm going to interrupt because we're allowed to do that. Yes.
Your request is a legitimate interruption, and then you're recognized.
Right.
Then we go from there. So yeah, I mean, let's go with that. But I would appreciate it, and I think the rest of the body would appreciate it, if people would not just say point of order, and now I'm going to give you my point of order, or request for information, and now I'm going to ask my question. Make the statement. I'll recognize you. Hear what your thing is, and then we'll go from there.
I just meant interrupting by saying that.
I know.
I believe the general membership is defined in the bylaws. Is that correct?
So to speak to the general membership question, it's come up a few times. I put general membership because within the policy manual, there are multiple different types of members defined. There's voting membership, there's funding members, there's sustaining members. All of those different membership types can have overlap and non-overlap. For instance, I could be a $100 a month donor, but not a voting member. General membership, the term here was meant to encapsulate all different types of memberships we have. General membership. So if you would like, we can try and amend this and go through and list every type of membership we have in the bylaws, but the point of general membership was all of them.
Her computer went to sleep.
I got it.
Request for information, thank you.
Okay, request for information from
Right.
Mr. Evans.
So my question now is, these select channels, these committee channels, the stuff that would be made viewable only, is it currently private? And would it, not currently as they can't see it, but would it be a violation of, say, my NDA if I took screenshots of it and shared it anyways at this particular moment?
Do you want to answer that or should I?
There's no policy against it. I think it's a ticket thing.
Currently, stuff that is not covered under data for party members or under executive session is not covered by your NDA. You could share it to your heart's delight.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, so we've got in queue, next was Anastasia. I think she may have stepped out.
Yeah.
And then Mr. Wilford.
Okay, Roberts has his hand up. Did you get him?
I've got him now.
Okay.
I have a request for information.
We're in a time situation. Yes, sir.
Is it going to be up to IT to determine if someone is just a Discord member or a general member?
So I had discussions with IT before pushing this forward. My intent with putting this forward was that they would just make it public like they have with everything else that they've made public. They were fine with that, and by making it public in the same ways they have other stuff, it would cover all the general memberships. It doesn't say only general membership. So if another person that wasn't general membership saw it, we still cover general membership.
Like our online forum.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Generally, just basically open vote. We're out of here.
Motion to extend time for 10 minutes.
Objection. Okay, do you guys second the motion to extend time?
Sorry.
Second. Okay, thank you. We have an objection. And I think we just go straight to.
I was hoping to offer a solution, maybe an amendment.
Not debated. Well, we're gonna vote. So, who wants to extend time for 10 minutes? Who does not want to extend time for 10 minutes? Okay, we will not be moving forward with those.
Proceed to a vote.
No, we ran out of time.
We ran out of time. We.
Proceed to Let's just go straight to the vote. That cuts off debate. So, yeah. Okay, so we're now going to vote on this motion since we have no more time for debate. All in favor of passing the motion as written? All opposed to passing the motion? That motion fails.
Division?
Okay, we have a call for division. If you want to pass the motion, that's legit.
I move a counted vote.
What's that?
I move a counted vote.
All right. It only takes one. So let's do this one more time. Everybody hands up if you want to pass this motion. If you're in favor of this motion, that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 votes. If you're opposed, hand up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's close, but he's right. He sees better than I do. Motion passes. 16, 14. What? Sorry, what?
I was asking if you were going, office.
Yes, yes.
Abstain.
16, 14, motion passes. So that, good job. We got something done. Okay. Well, John, get back up.
Already?
Yeah, sorry. That's
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege.
Yes, sir.
Can we take a bio break at this time?
Bio
Wait,
break.
did I hear a request for a bio break?
Yes.
Yes. And we'll just do that 15 minutes for the bio break. I've got 2:52. So
we'll be back in 15. Sean?
did it be 07?
107.
307.
Yeah, that time.
Be back at 307.
307.
This
Which
one?
one you want first?
The authorization?
Let's do the development director one first. That's the more pertinent one.
We don't,
Not the links, the other one. Yeah, there you go.
the contractor, contract
Yeah.
fundraiser.
Okay.
Is that on the agenda?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Motions to amend budget and authorize expense, Jay Will, for 2 motions.
Oh, I see it now. Thank you.
Sorry, what?
Where'd your mic go?
It's over here.
It's around.
Paid a lot of money for that.
So
Not most of the time.
Sorry, Donald wants you in that mic.
I want to start off with an interesting observation and an apology to the body. Interesting observation. I thought these motions were a lot more involved and important, I'll say, than my previous one. And yet my previous one had 30 minutes and this has 20 minutes for 2 of them. So let's go, guys. An apology is I accidentally posted it in the general staff forum. It should not have been there. And so that's on me. That was a mistake, genuinely. So here are the 2 motions. I was approached by Mr. Fanning to write these on behalf of the chair and the executive director based on strategic conversations they had been having. This opens up and paves the way for 2 new types of commission fundraising positions. One that would be more in line with a staff position and pay a maximum of 35% commission on funds raised. It puts the onus on the, sorry, I feel like I'm popping here.
You are. You are.
It puts the onus on the, yeah, there we go. Now it's popping. It puts the onus on the officers to come up with drafting the contract and choose the people. They then present the contract to SLEC. We have 10 days to object or not. If we don't, they are free to move forward as needed. They then get to make the judgment on what monies were in fact raised by the fundraiser. And the fundraiser will only be paid for a percentage of the revenue they raise minus any money that the party stuck into it. So for instance, if they send out a mailer and the party put $1,000 into the mailer and we raise $2,000, they don't get credit for $2,000. They get a credit for the $1,000 above what we spent to make it happen. Yeah, so this is the nuts and bolts of everything I just said. And it also makes a policy amendment, if you'll go to the top, that basically says what state law already says, in that if we sign a contract, we delete it at the end of our term, contract continue in full effect between terms. So with that said, I move development fundraisers authorization.
Second, does anybody object to this motion? You made a wise choice. Awesome.
Maybe the chair was wise in 20 minutes.
That's why this might less time. It's not controversial.
So the second one is similar, with a few key differences. One, the previous one, we could have a distinct contract for each fundraiser based on their skills. This is a general single contract that multiple people could sign. Think of it in line with the NDA. There's one NDA, but we all sign it. We all put our different names on it. So they'll come up with one contract. This contract will have a maximum revenue of 20%. People will then have a traceable link. What that means is only donations that go to that link. If I go and talk to somebody and they send a $10,000 check, but it didn't come through my link, there's no discussion on where it came from. It didn't come through my link. It's not a donation for me. Also, this prohibits the party from sinking money into these. So if I want to send out a mailer to get people to go to my link, that's on me to fund that mailer, and I get the revenue from things that came to my link. This is more of a freelance program. It'd be much more open to anybody who wants to apply and have much less overhead. And with that said, I move this one.
I have a request for information on this one.
What's your request?
I'd like to make sure that I understand. So I understand the prohibition of LPTexas in sinking money into it. Does that prohibition apply to any PACs, any county parties, any other organizations in doing that? Because my concern would be if the bubblegum PAC puts their logo on stuff going out, sending out requests for donations to LPTexas. in order to drive that, and then it also drives attention to bubble gum pack.
So I have two answers for that. First one is no, this motion doesn't actually say anything about the bubblegum pack or any other pack. But second of all, I don't think LPTexas has authority to govern the bubblegum pack. So even if it did say that, it wouldn't matter.
Because I have experience with this, with blood of tyrants and taxation of theft, and the exact execution of what you're wanting to do, I totally agree with this, love this. We use this for, like I said, what we do in those organizations. In this, it does talk about applying. Nobody can just get a code and then say, I'm gonna get 20%. So therefore, it would be SLEC and it would be the executives who would have to make sure they filter through the applicants to make sure that they are legally able to participate in the program based on TEC, FEC regulations and what we are, our hands are tied to from our financial level as a GPAC.
Yeah, and to expand on that just a little bit, this leaves it in the hands of the officers to make those decisions, but they do have to submit to us a list of names of people who are part of this program, as well as for each of those individuals, saying if they have any conflicts of interest, and if SLEC sees something weird, we can step in and say, whoa, we can't work with bubblegum pack. What do they stand for? Bubbles, pink ones, they're terrible.
Was there any objection to the motion?
I don't think we got that far.
It was seconded.
It was a request for information.
Request for information. It was seconded, but there was no objection. So.
Yeah, I guess we could have.
I think the request for information was for people to decide if they wanted to object, which interrupted the entire vote process.
So now we're back in our process. We've had a motion and a second. Has anybody objected?
For information?
Okay, sure.
Is there tax implications with this? Are we going to have to file 1099s?
So, okay, interesting question. This does not talk about taxes at all.
Point of personal privilege. John, could you hold that mic down about the middle of your chest? There you go.
Is this a better volume?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. This does not talk about tax implications at all. However, I happen to know TEC codes because of my history with the party. And as long as they are donations, which coming through the links they will be, there is no tax implication for the party. It would have to be some other type of income source like sales or interest income for it to even matter.
He's not talking about income, he asked about 1099s. Are we going to have to accounting for the expense of the commissions?
This does not speak to that at all. That will come down to IRS rules and our treasurer taking care of that, which currently we already have paid staff, so they're already having to do.
Point of personal privilege, we call that theft around here, not tax.
Here, here.
Agreed. Good point, good point. Where we are now is there any objection to passing this motion?
Final request for information.
Bill?
I promise. All right, so is there any limitation on where that person is? Do they need to be within Texas or anything like that?
Not only is there not a limitation on where the person is, both these motions explicitly do not require them to even be a member of the party. If they are a good fundraiser, they can raise money for us.
Okay, that's it. I'm good.
Does anybody object to this motion? Thank you. Motion passes. All right. Mr. Sparkman, it's your floor. Motion to. Sorry. Give me 1 second.
Your motion. Okay.
All right, my motion is that we accept the code of conduct. It's pretty straightforward as far as the motion. The code of conduct has been on the forum for a week. I had planned to have it up there before then, but I had other obligations, including staff obligations, that took priority. It is based entirely on Carter's code of conduct for staff. It has been modified to apply to SLEC. Now, part of the reason why I have proposed this is that I have heard things myself, I've heard things from third parties of certain inappropriate conduct at SLEC meetings.
SLEC weekends.
It's like no, at the meeting.
At meetings, okay.
At meetings. We are here to work.
I don't get around much.
We're here to represent our Senate districts. I believe that we should act professionally while still being libertarian. I have tried to make the code of conduct balance that. There were some adjustments as far from Carter's as pertaining to wording like laws, following the laws. I tried to make that a little more open-ended so that, you know, we have a duty, there's the saying, we have a duty to disobey bad laws. Do I have to yield to him?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm just getting the queue. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, that's all.
It's pretty self-explanatory. I do plan to eventually have a motion to amend the bylaws to state that we should follow the code of conduct. There's already a section in the bylaws for removing a SLEC member for cause. It requires a 4/5 vote. My future motion, which this does not cover, because the bylaws change requires a 2 weeks notice. I believe that would cover the code of conduct. The code of conduct would just be a guide, but there's nothing stating that, or nothing in this motion stating that as well.
But you intend to get to that later?
I intend to get that later, when I get everything. Yes.
I just want to clarify if you mean bylaws of LPTexas or bylaws of SLEC, because they're different thresholds of conduct.
I believe it's the bylaws of LPTexas.
Yeah, removal.
Okay.
Oh, that was your question?
I would
Okay.
like you to get after the meeting on discussing that.
Okay, I would appreciate any help with that. That's pretty much all I have to say.
Let's try to clean up a little bit the way we handle this. So yes, I'm getting in here ahead of a motion to say, let's take, if anybody has any questions or feels like they don't understand what's going on here, this would be a good time to ask Mr. Sparkman or get the information you need, so that then when we go to a vote, we can move a little more crisply. One of the things I would suggest, I'm kind of spitballing here because it just occurred to me, but sometimes I know for me, especially over the past years, you know, sometimes you show up for a meeting, you didn't get a chance to read the thing, or you don't know what's going on. Once the motion is moved and we are in debate, I'm going to start kind of a little bit into a more focused debate, and just let the debate. If you have a reason that you're not going to vote for it, say why you're not going to vote for it. If you want to vote for it, say why you're going to vote for it. And then if you're not sure, just try to follow the debate and then make up your mind based on that. Does that make sense? And so we're not constantly getting bogged down in this, like, oh, well, I don't understand. What's happening? I don't know. You know, like let's try to clean that up right now. Does anybody? We went through this with the other code of conduct, so we have a framework, and he's proposing that sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. This SLEC should also abide by code of conduct. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Sparkman before we move this to a vote? Right.
I had Mr. Wilford, Mr. Westbrook.
Okay, we have a queue.
Yeah, Mr.
There's
Wilford.
always a queue.
And I'll get you on it.
And that's the other thing. So we don't have to do the for and against thing. What? Right.
Yeah.
So that's why we're just going to do like a straight queue, like, okay, this question. Yeah.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
I was hoping to rise for debate to speak in favor. So if this is
If that's the queue you want to be in. Okay, yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay, so the debate guys, does anybody just have a question or request?
Okay, mine's just a good old fashioned question.
Okay, cool.
I don't want to skip anybody else.
No, I think you're the requesting information.
Everybody else wants to debate.
My question is around like scope and applicability, where the phrase, while in their official capacity or while performing duties. Do you think that it's well understood, like where that line starts and stops? You know, it's not as if we have working hours like at a regular place of employment. So as the person who drafted it, can you tell us when you view this as applicable and when you view it as, that's outside of they're outside of their role as a SLEC representative?
I would say that even corporations have difficulties discerning which is, in business hours and which isn't.
Yeah.
I would definitely say that at this meeting, we are doing business. I would say that doing, or having communications on Discord, or the LPTexas Discord, that would be official. Forums would be official. Any kind of,
Tabling, lobbying at the Capitol.
Activism
LPTexas.
events that are sponsored, not necessarily with money, but time and donations in kind would be an official activity. Like, Kevin going down there.
For sure.
I mean, he's acting as staff, but anybody volunteering to help with Kevin and Anastasia. Obviously, any kind of committee meetings, any of the subcommittees, so that's where the other motion that we had previously kind of makes it a little more difficult, because committees may end up moving, we didn't pass it, but if it had, committees may move their communications out of the LPTexas Discord.
No, that did pass. That did pass.
Oh, I'm sorry, it did pass, that's right. It may make things a little more ambiguous or vague. It's ultimately, if the select body wants to act on these guidelines and believes that someone has violated, it's going to take 4/5 of this body to enforce it. So
Pretty high standard.
that's a pretty high standard. So, but I would suggest as guidelines, as a code of conduct, use your best judgment. And if you are wondering if it's official or not, then it is probably official.
Karaoke. Does anybody else have like request for information style?
I think Amanda had one, and I
You
think
have a
Kenneth has a
question?
request for information.
Yes.
Okay.
So there's a part that talks about refraining from performing official duties while under the influence of drugs and alcohol, blah, blah. So if we were to go to an event that is specifically targeted towards smoking weed and legalizing that in our official capacity, would we not
It says to the-
we would just be there and could not imbibe in those types of things?
So the
It says to
text
impairs.
says to the point or the extent that it impairs your professionalism, judgment, or effective communication.
I had a beer at lunch.
As someone who goes every year to Texas Normal as an activist event representing the state and my county, I would say that, we have a duty to break bad laws. But as professionals and in a court of law, if you're under significant influence of drugs or alcohol, you can't sign a contract. How can you be professional? So I would say that if it impairs your professionalism, judgment, or effective communication, but that doesn't prohibit you from imbibing.
Am I correct in reading that?
Really?
I'll get back in line.
All right, I think we had
Who's next?
Kenneth with a request for information, and then Aaron with a request for information.
So my request for information is, how do we see the potential removal of a SLEC rep underneath the COC versus removal for cause that's outlined within our bylaws? Because it does seem like there's a little bit of contention there, because I could argue that a violation is now a just cause for removal.
What exactly is outlined in the bylaws for cause? Just to remind you.
It's open-ended.
It's open-ended.
Just speaking of that from my point of view and my experience, I would say that like where we are now, this passes, then it would be reasonable and obvious to bring this as a cause to remove somebody. But that on top of that, Mr. Sparkman's intention is to confirm that in an explicit bylaw change that makes that more obvious than it might already arguably be. You disagree?
I was just going to ask if I could chime in on cause from the bylaws committee.
Yes, I would like to hear from the bylaws committee about what cause is. Are you on the same page, or is that the same? Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily trying to read this, though I'm happy to. A member of SLEC may be removed for cause other than repeated absence from meetings by a 3/4 vote of the other membership of the committee. Now, I will tell you, the question of what is causing has come up
Yes.
historically within the bylaws committee. And the answer I've always given, and I feel like the general consensus we've come to, is it means the same thing here that it does in the Senate on impeachment. That is to say, we decide what causes it.
Right. If 3/4 of the body agrees that this is a dismissible thing, then you've decided in that process that that was a cause of dismissal. So it's locked together.
Can I speak to this?
Yeah, it's your.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the idea of the code of conduct is like you said, to explicitly say what causes. It's more like guidelines. If I have a problem with another SLEC member, I can now go up in front of SLEC and present, line number, whatever, or item number, whatever in the code of conduct, and everybody knows what I'm talking about.
Right.
It's a way of communicating that cause explicitly.
Any other questions or requests for information before we proceed to?
Aaron, did you have, was your question addressed?
Sort of, but I want a little bit more clarification. We're not going to basically change our modes of operation. Most of us partake in substances throughout the course of the meetings, but we are very objective and still effective communicators. So most of us wouldn't say that would be cause, correct?
Yeah, and I think that's explicit.
I think that's what we're saying.
Impairment of judgment, wherever.
Okay.
So I'm still saying.
I got your back, Bob.
Billy, did you have another
just the,
question?
Back to that piece, it says refrain from conducting, performing official duties while under the influence of these things. If you're at an LPTexas happy hour, for example, right, and that's an officially sponsored event. Right? Like that's an officially sponsored event. If you're at an LPTexas happy hour and you have, a couple too many, are you able to say, well, I'm not going to perform any official duties. I'm not going to affiliate anybody. I'm not going to, can you be present at an event and not performing official duties?
Sure. I believe that's reasonable. Yeah. All this stuff gets kind of a reasonable man.
Right.
Orientation, right?
Just don't piss everyone off.
You have, it's whatever the body decides to interpret, right?
Yeah. Ultimately, it would be 3/4 of the body is like, no, we understand, and if we kick that guy out for doing that, then we're all going to get kicked out because you're not going to have a party. So there's some reality check stuff going on behind this.
Yeah, I'm in support.
Cool.
John, did you have a request for information?
I was just trying to respond as a bylaws committee member. I wasn't trying to get.
Okay. Kate, did you have a request for information?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna make a statement first before I ask my question, only because of the two questions that were already asked. I think the underlying theme of those questions is, could this be used as a weapon against somebody that you don't see as maybe, friendly to maybe cause or motion or your views of the party. I think that's the underlying theme. And I guess that would be my question is, could this be used against a member with ill wishes?
I would say that the removal with cause can already be used as a weapon. This can be used as a weapon, of course, but you have to convince enough of the body to remove somebody.
Yeah.
Right. If we can get that.
Anna, did you have requests?
Anastasia?
Did you have requests for information?
You gotta convince 3/4 of the body.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
Right.
yeah, it's a weapon. But
Yeah, and if 3/4 of the body agrees, then the problem may be you, like that.
They can remove you anyway
that was all
without
the
the
requests for
code of conduct.
information.
Yeah, this is just like
I think that's all the requests for information.
Okay.
Let's make.
Yes. Okay, my understanding is we've exhausted the queue and be appropriate to make a motion at this time.
Yeah, you want to switch back to the motion?
Here we go.
All right. I have to say it aloud, or is that sufficient?
We have a motion on the floor. I move this by someone adopt the code of conduct as president. Yeah, you read it.
I move that SLEC formally adopt the proposed code of conduct as presented to establish clear expectations for ethical and professional behavior among its members.
Second.
Objection.
I call for a roll call vote on this.
Okay, we have,
Ryan's in favor of that.
okay.
We need to-
What do you say? How many people do we have in favor? If you are in favor of a roll call vote, we need 10%, right?
Yeah.
Okay, please stand up if you're in favor of a roll call vote. That's fine. Thank you. That's plenty. All right. Way more than 10%. And we had an objection. So you want to, I think we've heard a lot about the motion. You want to speak to your objection?
Yes, please. Matter of fact, I'm gonna come to the front to do so.
All right.
No, I don't think I'll need it. I used to be in the military. I can speak loud. Y'all can hear me in the back? Okay, the first thing I have to say about this is, number one, I'm a libertarian and I don't like people telling me what to do. Okay, I hope all of you are in the same boat. When we codify things like this, it creates all kinds of problems. And I think we already have, in effect, what this does in our bylaws, making it really unnecessary to put into a policy manual. You may disagree, and I can understand that. I don't remember the term, but I think the law of excluded middle applies here, because if it's not in here, then it doesn't apply. You can't just say, oh, well, this is a general code of conduct, so we're going to apply other things to it. Once you start listing things that are okay and not okay, you run into trouble with those kind of policies. I used to write technical and policy manuals all of my life when I was in the Air Force. That's what I did all of the time. And you have to be very, very careful about this kind of thing. And we're doing a lot of these things, and I just would caution you against that. The third thing rather is that those things are subjective. Okay. Have you had too much to smoke? Have you had too much to drink? Have you taken too many pills? You know, who's going to give you the blood test to decide, you know, what is the standard? Where is the standard? You need to be specific about those things, or you run into trouble there. And then we say, oh, well, you know, this is just common sense. You know, we can see it. We can identify it when we see it. Well, it's common sense until it's not common sense. I would strongly urge you to vote against this.
Thank you, Mr. Westbrook. Now that we're in debate, it becomes important whether you are for or against the motion.
Mr. Wilford is for.
Who would be the next person for?
John.
Mr. Wilford.
I'm for.
Great. Would you like to speak to the motion?
I would absolutely love that.
I thought you might.
Yeah. So I'm a big proponent, both in my personal life, as well as in my tenure in LPTexas positions across the board, of us taking our own medicine. This motion to give us a code of conduct is the absolute least we can do. And I want everybody to understand how little we're doing. I've heard nobody talk about a proposed amendment for how this could be improved. So I'm guessing what that means, look around the room when I say this, is we've all read it and we all agree, because nobody's trying to amend it. Or maybe some of us haven't read it. That's on us. This is not codified in policy. What does that mean? It means at the end of our tenure, this disappears. I really hope that the policy committee will take up reviewing this, making any appropriate changes, and codifying this. It's not encoded in bylaws of SLEC. What does that mean? That means it carries no weight in SLEC punishment. Furthermore, it's not codified in LPTexas bylaws. What does that mean? It means we can't be removed explicitly for this. We can be removed for other reasons, but not explicitly for this. This is us doing, and I emphasize this, the least that we could possibly do to hold ourselves accountable. How many times have we seen Congress come up and be asked to vote to not build trade stocks, or be asked to vote not to give themselves a raise, or be asked to vote to hold themselves accountable in any insignificant way possible, and they strike it down? If we don't do the least right now, hold ourselves to a code of conduct that, might I add, was reflected in the code of conduct we just passed for staff. This is us not doing the least for ourselves that we just did for all the hardest working people in this party.
Amen. I was against that too.
reason I not only support it, but strongly support a roll call vote. Because I'm real interested to know who's not willing to do the least to hold us accountable.
Ouch.
Mic drop. Okay, do we have anyone
Anyone
who's?
else against?
Yeah,
Is Miller next?
he'd be the one that.
Okay.
Mr. Miller.
So I would ask them if it's not actionable in the ways that you mentioned, what is the actual purpose of them than just making us feel better about ourselves?
Okay, it's not really a debate.
Yeah, you don't have to answer me.
It sounds like a request for information, and I would like to just reiterate what we said earlier, that we already have a provision for any member of SLEC to be removed for cause. This helps inform the sorts of things we might consider to be cause for removal, but it still requires a 3/4 vote, which is a pretty monumental, like if you get a 3/4 vote to see the door, then that you've done something wrong. But beyond that, it's not, I mean, I don't, it is a real, apparently the body's going to decide whether we need this to stop doing certain things. I mean, that's the intent. There have been behaviors that suggest that we need some accountability in this department. So does that answer your question, or did I miss it?
I mean, not really.
Okay, so just opposing this motion, probably not going to vote for it because of reasons.
Well, I mean, I feel less likely to vote for it because of what Mr. Wilford just said, because I felt like I was just lectured about doing an appearance thing. Like you mentioned Congress, they do lots of resolutions that don't do anything, just so they can go back to their district and say, we passed this resolution to say we're against violence or whatever, you know. And so it's like this big show, but nothing actually happens. We talk a lot about doing things that are actually practical and have an effect. And we have someone who stands up and says, this has no effect on the following thing. And that's why you should support it, because it's the least you can do. So
I'm going to try to get us back. Okay, so
that's my rebuttal to
so
that.
Jeff's opposed to it, and he's probably going to vote no because now he's been discouraged by what Mr. Wilford said. Now, is there anybody else that wants to speak for the motion?
I was actually next in queue, but I'm going to cede to Anna. She was next.
So, to your point, Jeff, it doesn't have to do anything. However, it gives us guidelines. If someone is truly out of line, and boy, have I seen some people do some wild stuff to other people in this party. It gives us guidelines by which we can finally answer the question, is this worth removing somebody over? Because that is definitely something that we've struggled with in the past, is going, I mean, yeah, they probably shouldn't have. I mean, wow, that was crazy. They do. And now we have kind of a checklist, rather, we don't now, if we pass this, we'll have something to measure against and go, the state executive committee said that we should, in our official capacity, abide by these certain behaviors. And if we don't, then it's worth considering at least removing somebody. So it's not, I think the thing that John was describing is that it does not inherently have, it doesn't trigger us to act.
It's not self-executing.
It's not a requirement to remove somebody because we passed this. But it does give us good guidance that we frankly need. I think that we need something to measure and go, is it worth it? Do we think it's so bad that 3/4 of the body would stand together and say, we can't have it. We need to override the will of the convention and remove that person from the body. We've never had that guidance before, and I think we could really use it now.
Great. Is anybody in the queue to speak against at this time?
I'm second time because I want to speak to some things that were said.
Okay.
So,
No, I got one.
Who's
there.
watching
And then
Mountain
Q.
Time Report? Who's in the queue?
I'm-
Well, he's going,
In the
he's going back
queue.
and forth for and against is what he's
Well, I
doing.
know, but they gotta be in the
Other
queue.
other things that can be made
I'm
besides
in the
that.
queue as well.
Okay, if we're going
Okay.
strictly by the queue, the next person is Kevin Hill, who is speaking for.
Hold on. I want
Yeah,
to
that's what I'm
point
saying.
again, so my understanding is that once somebody has, that you're not allowed to speak again until until you're out, like, would Mr. Westbrook be permitted to speak again at this point if there are no other people in the queue, or are we just?
You are allowed to speak twice on each item, but you are not allowed to speak for the second time until all the people who haven't spoke yet have spoke for the first time.
Okay, fine, so then we'll just do.
In which case, next would be Mr. Bradley.
Mr. B.
I'm gonna be formal this time. Jacob Bradley, SD 17.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I know. I just start yelling. I get it. A month ago, this committee got together and a month and a half ago, put together a staff code of conduct that reflected a lot of what was currently on here, and it passed. Not by a slim margin, by a fairly reasonable amount, that it was the will of the body. To Jack's point and to Kate's point, can it be weaponized? Yes, I get that. So can with cause. I get that too. But to everybody's point that's pointed out here, you're not talking 51%. Like, you're talking 3/4%. Look around at each other. How many of us have agreed on 75% of something? Literally, how many of us have agreed? Like, you can't get us to agree that, what libertarian stances are a lot of the time. All I'm saying is, and even to Sean got up and presented this, which means at some point, something on this body happened that pushed him to move this motion. It wasn't everything was hunky-dory and everybody was getting along and nothing was going wrong. And he was like, it would be fun, a code of conduct for SLEC. Something happened at some point, and I'm not going to ask him, and it's his own personal business. Something happened at some point that made him say, we need to address this issue, and there needs to be a code of conduct. Like I said, to Kate and Jack's point, can it be weaponized? Yes, so can with cause. What is with cause? We have a checklist or a list of things now, once it passes, what cause is. Is that all of the causes? No. There could be other things that pop up that that's terrible. I mean, it didn't say anything about campaigning for somebody in another party there. Whatever, there could be some. I'm just bringing something up. But you were having to convince 3/4 of this body to get together and say, we're agreeing on something that you need to go, which is obviously at that point, you need to go. So we cannot hold staff to a code of conduct if we ourselves are not going to get together and hold ourselves to the same accountability as staff.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Next is Ms. Prather.
Hey, Prather, SD1, I would like to do 2 clarifying things. One, I asked for a request for information. It was not in debate. That was not my comment. And 2, I was the one to rise in the last SLEC meeting to suggest a code of conduct. So therefore, I would like to call the question.
All right, let's call the question. Thank you, Ms. Prather. Is there a second?
Yes.
Second. Any objection to voting? Let's vote. All in favor of passing this?
They was asked for roll call. Yep. All right, Kate, lead us off.
Okay.
Aye.
No, I'm gonna poop. I know.
No,
Aye. Aye. A or no?
A-Y-E.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Just, or we can do yes.
God bless.
Y-N.
Yes. Kevin Hutchinson. Yes. Scott Talley.
Yes.
Jeff Miller.
That's a vote. That's a vote. That's a vote. No, you can vote present. That's a thing.
Aaron Ramos.
Yes.
Billy Pierce.
Yes.
Kenneth Vegans.
Yes.
Chris Owens.
Yes.
Amanda Gibbs. Hang on. Anastasia Wilford.
In favor.
Y'all just want me to type something new. Ted Brown.
Yes.
Clark Patterson.
Yes.
Carol Unsicker.
Yes.
Kevin Hill.
Absolutely.
It's easier to spell. Mwah. Jacob Bradley.
Yes.
Brandon Ruman.
Yes.
Scott Peterson.
Yes.
My meds are wearing off, people. Jenny Moore. No, hang on, I'm typing. Yeah. Keyboards. Paul Dar.
Yes.
Nolan Schmidt.
Abstain.
Renee.
No.
Joe Roberts.
Yes.
Sean Sparkman.
Yes.
I still gotta ask. Clint Polar. Darren Pollock.
I.
I know. Austin Hogan. Jennifer. Oh.
You we.
Nikki.
Yes.
Daniel.
Yes.
John.
Yes. That's exactly what I said.
Jack.
No.
Andrew.
Abstain.
Did you say Austin Hogan?
Yes.
I didn't hear his answer.
I
said I only must shoot that.
Jesse.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I would like the record to reflect that I said I. Hey, I like being trendy, okay?
Yes, it's everybody died. That's the correct answer anyway.
So I guess we're not gonna need a recount.
Which is why I had an A.
That motion passes.
There you go.
All right. We are now at the time of the agenda where we make public announcements. If select members have anything they want to announce, and Ms. Prather, I see a lot of hands actually, but Ms. Prather.
Kate Prather, SD1. I move to suspend the rules for a motion for SLEC to consider with the motion that had already previously passed regarding the Discord channels for SLEC and the convention committee.
What?
The motion I would like to put forward. Well, I guess we need to suspend the rules. Sorry.
Or you want to do the Texas two-step?
Yeah.
And just
Yeah, we
do
can do
it
that.
all on a 2/3 vote?
Sure.
Okay, so what Ms. Prather wants to do, so we're all on board, is suspend the rules to do a thing. We can either take a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules, and then we can take a majority vote to do the thing, or we can take a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules and do the
You
thing.
don't need to because the motion would need to take 2/3 anyway.
Right, which we don't need, yes, okay, am I doing this wrong?
No, I have a point of parliamentary
Can you hear
inquiry.
this?
Yeah.
No. It's on. Green light, excuse me.
So
Okay,
here's my point of parliamentary inquiry.
check, 1, 2.
Oh, I know what it is.
It's not going, okay, so, I'm sorry, what?
Here's my point of parliamentary inquiry. With the two different paths we have in front of us,
Mhm.
does selecting one or the other of those paths have implications on the limits of debate?
You know the answer to this.
Somebody asked me that question, I would ask our resident.
I'm happy to respond.
Yes. As a subject matter expert, would you, please let us know what the implications are?
If we suspend the rules to consider the motion, we can debate the motion. If we suspend the rules to pass the motion, we do it without debate. So y'all make your decision.
Okay, well, that's, y'all mean, okay, I think, I mean, how do you want to, are they self-explanatory, or are we
I
gonna do
think
it
it's
today?
self-explanatory.
Personal privilege.
Personal privilege?
John, could you repeat that one more time, please?
Yeah, so if we suspend the rules to consider the motion, so we
Yeah.
take a vote on suspending the rules,
Yeah.
and then we take a separate vote on the motion. When we get to the motion part, we can debate that motion.
Okay.
If we take a vote to suspend the rules and do the thing all at once, There's no debating suspending the rules.
Yeah, it's not debatable. We
So
just
she
do it.
presents it and we voted up and down and we are done.
So request more information.
Okay.
When I present the motion, can I speak in favor for it, or do I just say the words of the motion?
All right, so this is gonna be up to the chair, but the Robert's rules on this says you can make a short explanatory statement when presenting the motion.
Okay.
So where does the debate end and explaining begin? That's up to you.
Yeah, no, I think we're gonna try this and see how it works. Texas two-step. So Kate will explain her motion, present her motion, and then on a 2/3 vote, we either suspend the rules and pass the motion, or we move on. Is everybody clear on what we're doing? Okay, the only trick is because we're out of order now that it takes 2/3 vote instead of majority vote otherwise, and we're not gonna debate it. We're just gonna up or down. So, no further ado, Ms. Prather, what do you want us to do here?
I move with the, with the communications channel one, I would like to move to exclude the convention planning committee's channel on Discord for being a part of this, because we are already in work with the convention planning committee. Also, I've already spoken to the committee. They are in agreement for this motion, because we do not want to have to then find another channel to continue work and then lose the work because it is archived. So with that, I would like to, move for the exclusion of the convention planning committee's channel.
Okay.
Right, which I guess would require a 2/3 vote anyway,
Yes.
even if we're doing it separately. So
Exactly.
we'll just go ahead and do this now.
It would, but requiring a 2/3 vote and suspending the rules are different in the limited debate. So, but I mean, she's choosing not
Right.
to debate it, and that's fine, but
Right.
we could possibly debate it with the 2/3 vote on the other one.
Hopefully this requires no debate, because it's super simple and we're just gonna go, so that's the way we've decided to go.
Yep.
So on a 2/3 vote, no debate, we're gonna either exclude the convention planning committee or not from this rule we just passed.
Second.
And we have a second. Does anybody object? There we go. Hey. All right. The obvious righteousness of her cause prevailed. Okay, now, next thing. Ms. Prather.
Was other people in the queue for making?
Does anybody else have an announcement they want to make? Is that the? Yeah, oh my God.
Well, then,
I'm sorry, what?
I guess that, it is for me, because I'm going to be making another motion.
So
To suspend the rules.
Are we
Again.
still in new business?
yeah, we're out of I was moving in the direction of announcements, but we stopped suspending just to do the thing.
Mr. Chair, I don't believe I heard her yield her time. I think she still has the floor if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Mr. Wilford.
I didn't hear her yield her time either, so while you still have the floor, Ms. Prather.
Thank you. I would like the select body to consider a resolution. Be it resolved that the Libertarian Party of Texas denounces the honorary lifetime membership awarded to President Trump, and the party make this resolution public.
Second.
I would also like to add further context to this resolution that this was not voted upon by the LNC, but it was unilateral by the chair.
Okay.
Or chair.
Yeah. Okay, so again, this is the kind, we're not gonna debate this because it's just, you're either in or out. Like, we're gonna pass this or we're not. Is there a second for?
Second.
Okay, lots of seconds. Does anybody object to passing this motion? Nobody objects. Done deal. Thank you. Are we finished, Ms. Prather?
Yes, I yield my time.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any kind of cue for announcements, or I can just go in front of
No,
back of
the hands went up all like at the
Yeah.
same time. I couldn't.
With y'all's permission, I'm just moving front of the room to the back of the room because all these hands went up at the same time. So who has an announcement for?
I know. Mr. Roberts.
Announcements.
Is there public comment after that?
Make her laugh. Yeah, public comment is next. Announcements. We have an announcement?
Yes.
All right, I know this is really ahead of time, but every year Tarrant County goes out to Texas Normal in October, and we have a booth, and people know us. This is a call for everybody in Texas, because this is Texas Normal, to come out and join us in protesting the state making it illegal to smoke a plant.
Not that I know
If
of.
the date is not set,
I'm going to catch you off. I'm
it
moving
will
this
be
way.
set,
I'm
it
back
will
to
be
you.
announced. But Tarrant County has gone out, with the exception of Dallas one year, has helped out. And Kevin and Mary came out this last year. But it is a whole state issue. And I would like other people from other counties to come out and represent LPTexas and make it known that we support legalization. And if you do come, you are able to go and flip off the DEA, the federal courts, the county courts, and smoke without being arrested in front of the Fort Worth Police Department.
That sounds good. And what was that date again, Mr. Martin?
It is not set yet. It will be in October.
But he'll keep us posted. Any announcements?
Do all 60s again, baby.
This is Saturday.
Yes. Okay, well, go ahead. Tell everybody.
Hi, I was gonna say Coach Thornton, Daniel Thornton, SB 27. So you guys probably saw these on your table.
27.
And thought, well, this is weird. What's that doing? So I started a nonprofit to get my students to Washington DC. They don't make a lot of money where I teach at. It's a neighborhood. I think it's something that libertarians should support, simply because you get kids who go to Washington DC, they can see how government works, and they can see some other sides. The other thing I would like to just clear up is that there is a thing on there we can sponsor a team. If you sponsor a team, that's not tax deductible. If you just give a donation, that is tax deductible. And I'm a big dumb animal, so I had no idea until like yesterday. Also, the date's wrong. It's not May 10th, it's May 17th. And that was it. Thanks.
After if you want to help support. Any other announcements, Ms. Hunsaker?
Carol Hunsaker, SD15. I'd like to welcome all of y'all to brunch. For Harris County's monthly brunch, it's going to be at Fusion Taco. Fusion Taco is a little bit of, it's called Fusion for a reason, because there's some Asian influence as well as traditional Mexican influence, and sometimes some little Guatemalan. Anyway, it's at Fusion Taco on North Main in Houston. It's on the Texas LPTexas website, as well as LP Harris website. And
Cool. Good deal. Ms. Roberts.
All right, Joe Roberts, Senate District 23. We're in February now, which means it will not be long until your friends and neighbors and yourself will be getting your tax appraisals. I want to remind you that last year we did establish a website called fightyourappraisal.com. Next time we meet, everyone will have those by then. So I'm asking you, those of you who are county chairs and those of you obviously who are Senate District reps, to disseminate that information as far and wide. Again, it's fightyourappraisal.com. We made a video, there's instructions on there for everyone. It's to equip people outside this party to stand up to the state. What better way to do that than to share that again? It's fightyourappraisal.com. Sit down now.
Good work. Mr. Miller.
I just want to say really quick, just in case that anyone was in doubt or wondering if it's already drafting a motion to remove me from SLEC, I do intend to abide by.
You didn't sing that. Okay, I get that. Mr. Wilford.
So, I'm sure all of you saw and heard the announcement earlier that a link has gone out for Nation Builder for all of us to contact the people that are SD in order to raise funds. I think that's a great thing. I think we need to be doing it. But the first call I would advise anyone to make, especially those who are not already sustaining members, call your financial advisor and see what you can get. Because I want you to be calling the people in your district and not saying, will you become a donor? I want you to say, will you join me in being a donor? Let's take our own medicine before we sell it to someone else. The other thing I would ask you to do is you have until tax day. On tax day, coincidentally, I am taking my professional engineering exam, and after that, I am requesting a link for a fundraising link. I will not be calling anyone in my district for that link, but I'll be calling y'all's people. So you better get them in before I get to them. And the last thing I would like to ask, is there something behind you to your right? No, further around further keep going.
I don't see it, John. Where? What do you mean? Nice. Well played, well played. Mr. Bradley.
I know y'all are tired of hearing from me. I get it.
Yes.
All right. I know, thank you, Jeff. Thank you. I know a lot of y'all are chairs, you're on CECs, whatever y'all got going on. For the love of God, I'm trying to clean out the storage locker. There's still like 50 shirts back there. There's probably 50 books. Take them. Take them with you. Pass them out at your booths. Give them to people. Yes.
Y'all gonna try to kill me.
Take them all with you, please. That is all I ask.
Okay, all right. Any other announcements back here? Mr. Jones?
The Texas Karaoke Caucus is having a social tonight at the Velvet Lounge from 7 to closing. Everyone is invited. So if you love karaoke and want to participate in karaoke, please attend. And if you want
Or if you'd love to just listen and cheer them on, that's cool too.
yes. And if you,
I don't sing.
And if you want to join the official Discord, I will post the link in the I believe
carry along
in the Slack channel on Discord.
Velvet Lounge is just right down down Main Street from here on the left. Very close. Okay, that time on announcement. I think we reached the back of the room. Any other announcements here? Kate. Oh, yeah, okay. And then we got public council. Well, I'm just gonna, okay, yeah. We have another announcement.
Introducing Blood of Tyrants Liquid Freedom Serum. If you're Monte Energy Tea, please, this is a libertarian-owned business. If you want to be able to get the message out there and then allow us to make some money and spread the message nationally and then become big whale donors for the party, please help us out with this. We've got obviously the wine, Blood of Tyrants wine, Tears of Tyrants wine. We're on Amazon now. We're on TikTok Shop. All that fun stuff.
Cool.
Please try to support a libertarian-owned business with amazing messaging. It's doing really, really well. Yes, and it's tax-based. Also, Taxation is Theft. Dan Berman, Taxation is Theft. His new book just came out about a month ago. He is now taking requests for coming to speak at your county or your district meetings or socials, and he will be there for book signings as well. So if you are interested in, you can surely see me as well doing all the things.
Is the convention committee engaging him?
There yet, but he's on the list. And then I am also going to be launching a new freedom-focused adventure channel called Porch Swing Adventures that should be launching in the 1st of March. It may be in partnership with Free Speech Media. And then, of course, I'll also be at LibertyCon helping with reporting on the live stream of LibertyCon by Free Speech Media. So tune into that, take a look. Look at the speeches, look at the interviews, and that might help you kind of get on the convention committee or planning committee survey and might help you kind of be like, hey, this is a new speaker, I'd love to see him. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kate. At this point, we would turn it over for public comments. If anybody in the gallery has an announcement or question. Yes, Mr. Chastain. Come on up.
Mr. Chair, I have a request for information.
What is your request?
What is taxation? Because I didn't hear it today.
Extortion.
Yeah.
Do you need a reminder?
All right, Mr. Chastain.
It's on next.
Yes, my name's Michael Chastain, the same as it was this morning. Has anybody here ever been elected to anything? No.
Public office?
If you know any electeds, or if you aren't elected, even if you were elected as a member of a party and then switched to libertarian, because after all, immigrants are the most patriotic people there are, then I want to talk to you. I'll give my email address to the secretary over here. Cool. So I'll get those in minutes.
Somebody give you yours. Yes, sir. Currently an office speaker. Well, yeah. But it pleases the chair.
Pleases me. Anything else, Michael?
No, that's it.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Chastain is
3
very
minutes for that,
interested in learning from the guys that are succeeding. And so we want to pick the brains of those that have earned the office and earned the respect of their constituents and see what we can learn. Mr. Carter has asked Pat to make an announcement since he's on select. He's public enough for the purpose of this, I think, to give him a minute. So,
all right, so I'll be quick. Speaking of Dan coming to counties, if you're near San Antonio, Dan's gonna be there on Saturday, February 23rd from, let me double check the time, because I know we have.
Saturday's the 22nd. Sunday's the 23rd.
Oh, it is Sunday, so thank you. Sunday, the 23rd, from 5 to 7 p.m. So if you're near Bear County, come hang out there. I should have done this during my report, but we actually did it post me presenting my report. But Joe Roberts is actually going to be moving to Nathan Polsky's department. We finalized that during the meeting today. We all talked it out. So going up to him. And then the last thing I want to plug, and then I'm done, is Chris Becker's campaign. We are fully operational now. He was out block walking this morning. So he is on it for his May 3rd election. So if you want to see how you can get involved or you can help, etc., his website is Chris4SA. So it's Chris4SA.com. So please go check out his website. I'm open to feedback on that too. We designed the website a different way this time. So.
Question for Carter or question?
Is his shirt on there?
They're not on there, but remind me and I'll get you the Amazon link.
Okay, thank you. They're amazing shirts. If you want.
Do his shirts say something other than Chris for SA?
Yes, it's spelled out there.
Good.
Oh my goodness. All right. Do we have any other public comments at this time?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Move to adjourn.
No.
Mr. Westbrook is moved to adjourn. We got a second. What?
Give them to me. Or put them
Yeah,
back.
name tags go to Jenny or on the back.
No, no.
Yeah, don't go to Jenny. Okay.
Please don't keep them.
Yes.
She
Okay.
said no.
Was there some other question? Second. Does anybody object to adjourn? What?
Can someone move to adjourn?
Yeah.
It's been seconded.
Does anybody object?
I object just for the fun of it.
I wanted to wait a few more minutes.
We already have that one.
Hey, Andrew, look at the time. I wanted to wait a few more minutes. That's
Can't do it.
Okay, we're adjourned.